Hello? Hello? Hang on. Give me a second. Where's it? There it is. And then... Hello?
Hello.
FF14 is so good? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 14 is amazing. We love 14. We might not play it at the moment. we're kind of trying to we're taking a little break from it, but we love 14 here. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Thank you for stopping by and following. We appreciate it. All right. I just randomly looking for some yeast stuff, getting ready to start your journey through all of them. Kind of, right? Kinda. We kind of just jumped into Yeast Origin because we heard so much about it, and then we wanted to try it, so here we are. We finished Yumika's journey, and we're about to finish Hugo's journey. And start Clawman's journey. We're guessing. It is our first time playing these games. We played the Trails games and heard that Yeast was similar. So we decided, yeah, sure, why not? We loved Trails. So I mean, so far, what do you think, Claria? Do we? I think we like this as much as Trails. So, yeah. Also, thank you for the shout out. I just realized. That's how I am. I keep hearing so much about the series. It's almost like it's a cult following. That's because it is. I didn't realize until I joined it. That's because it is. It is a cult.
It is a cult.
Nah, you like the pain and suffering. I really do. I'm not even gonna try and deny it anymore. I do. I love it. I love it. Give me more. I love it when 14... Look, 14 does the pain and the suffering as well, so... And it's great. Right. Oh. Boss time. Who are you going up against? Oh, it's Kishkel. Hi. So, you've come. You're the man I saw with Epona before. I'm Kishkel, a warrior of the Darklings. Epona told me quite a lot about you. I really don't care about fighting sorcerers. Wow. But if you've come here, if you've come a long way to get here, perhaps it is your destiny to meet in battle? So what do you say we get this over with? Sure. Wait. If you don't care for fighting sorcerers, then why fight me? I have no particular desire to emerge in pointless conflicts. God, I love Hugo. I may not want to fight you, but I've got a score to settle. Epona's death is on your hands, after all. Don't dig up old wounds, man!
Oh dear,
Wounds from last stream have still not healed. How did you learn of that so quickly? And what are you to her? Her brother? Yeah? Her big brother?
You can't tell.
Wow! I can't believe we guessed that and we were correct. I just took a break from both the new Oh, you played the new Spider-Man games? Genius. I need to play those. I need to get back to Spider-Man at some point or another. What? We're a proud family of warriors. Every day of our lives is devoted to the glory of battle. My sister and I never had a particularly deep bonds, but I've always respected her ability, and I enjoyed sparring with her. So I think avenging her death is reason enough to put aside my general dislike of fighting sorcerers. Aww, he cares! Very well. If it's a matter of honor, who am I to argue? Let's go! But know that I have to fulfill a duty to fulfill, and I don't intend to let the likes of you keep me from it. I won't hold back. I wouldn't have it any other way. Let's see what you're made of. Okay? Oh boy. Oh god.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's jumping all around the place. Why can't I... Can I blow up... Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Wow. Okay, so the ice does not blow up. Cool. Damn, he is... It's hard to hit a moving target. Just keep dancing. I forgot to equip my, I forgot to equip my new thing. Woo! I might be fine, though. Oh god. Oh, yes! Easy.
Nice.
Easy, first try. Oh, I'm so glad that was a first try one. I forgot to equip my an accessory that makes me live.
Oh.
Are you satisfied now? Because I have other places to be. I have other things to do. Oh, spitting out facts. Love this man.
I have other things to do. I'm just picking facts.
I don't have any quarry with you. I prefer not to keep fighting. I'm not through with you yet. What? Not you too. I've been released the demonic element within me, just as your brother did. The battle shall not end until one of us falls. Oh. Oh, it's this cutscene. I'm gonna take another drink. You know what? I'm just gonna take another drink. We've seen this cutscene before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we've seen Kaz do this shit. Kaz thinks he's won. And we're about to ruin his day. Sorry, Kaz. If it makes you feel better, we have to work with you the next playthrough.
If it makes you feel
In the
better.
next playthrough, we actually have to work with Kaz. We'll be on Kaz's side. A consolation prize?
Oh my god.
Damn. I see how it is.
I see how it is.
What was that? Was the ritual... Has the ritual begun? Guess. Good guess. Your precious shrine won't be safe in the sky for much longer. What? Okay. My interest here wears thin. Let's call it a match, shall we? Here. Received rod. Cool. Thank you.
Nice.
What? Why are you... I told you, I'm not interested in fighting sorcerers. Bona's blood is on your hands, but she died protecting you. And in your arms, for what I hear. She obviously saw something in you, so I figure I owe you at least this much. From here on out, though, you're on your own. Wait, before you go. Hugo took out the Daybreak Talisman. Oh! I think you should have this. No, Hugo, don't give that away. That's our lifeline. As a memento of your sister. The Daybreak Talisman? It's an heirloom passed down from our ancestors. Supposedly, it has the power to bring one back from the brink of death. Purification notwithstanding, I suppose. I think she'd want you to have it, thank you. But, Hugo, don't be dumb. We need that for our later boss battles. Don't argue, just take it. But in exchange, I want you to tell me one thing. When she died, was she smiling? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she was. Yes. She looked satisfied. And she said she had no regrets. This game. Good. Damn this game. This game sucks. I hate it. God damn the feels, man. Stupid weeb game making me cry.
Read the game.
I missed the part where he met Kishko. Ah, I'm getting whacked by monsters. Sorry. Sup? Want a boss fight? Sure. Yeah, that's basically what happened. He's like, sup, bro? Let's fight, bro. And then walked off. Wait. And I could just go this way. Is this way shorter? I have no idea where I'm going. I think I'm going the wrong way. Am I going the wrong way? I don't know. Icaria, am I going the right way or am I going the wrong way?
Give me the right way. I think.
You think? Ow.
Yes.
Ow. You know, I'm afraid to tell you to start reading your story, because I know that there's another boss fight, like, straight when we get into another zone.
Kind of stuck in an alliance rate, but I'll read it as
if you're stuck in an alliance rate, that helps. That helps. Oh, it's this place. Oh, cheat. How does this place work again? Oh man, this place breaks my brain. Does this go and go back? Yep, okay. Ow. I see a chest. Give me. That'll come in handy. Was kind of hoping that I'd brute force my way to the boss, though. It's neat. Hey, that looks familiar. Speaking of brute forcing my way to the boss, I did it.
Nice.
Inventory. There we go. Thank you. Hey, my weapon is maxed out. Sweet. Can I spend any more? I do not have enough SP. Damn it. Fine. Alright. After this boss, I think you can read us a story, Eclaria.
Ooh. Stuck with Hello Nate right now.
Stuck at Hello Nate? You're funny.
Yeah. Oh my god, this alliance race is gonna be the death of me, I swear.
Oh, it's you!
Well met, wizard boy.
You.
I hear accepted a taste of Lord Kaz's dark gift. Bruh.
I read that in my
Yes.
head, and then I realized that you would have to read that.
Wow. Does that make you one of us now? No.
Don't kid yourself. I'm never letting myself fall into that trap again. No matter how grim the circumstances may be.
What a shame. Demonic influence gives one a sweet feeling of liberation. Did you not find the experience pleasurable? More pleasurable than anything you've ever experienced before or since.
She's a sim for darkness and chaos.
Yeah. You don't want to say yes, but you just can't bring yourself to say no. Lord Kaz does seem particularly taken with you. It's not too late. You can still change your mind.
Not a chance. The power was extraordinary, but the experience itself was anything but sweet. It was certainly liberating, though it liberated me from my senses, my reason, my identity. If that were my idea of pleasure, I'd be better off seeking shelter at the bottom of a bottle.
Damn. I see how it is. Oh, you're so cute when you put out such a brave face. Your Epona's death shocked the power lust right out of you, is that it? She shouldn't let a pathetic backwoods girl like her hold you back. She got what she deserved.
Damn. Oh no, she's trying to make us angry. She's doing it on purpose. No, don't vote for her, Hugo. But damn.
We may stand on different sides, but we are both practitioners of magic, and we both excel in our field. There's more than enough demonic essence to go around. We can both rule supreme over this land together. Why is everybody?
Everybody wants a piece of Hugo. Zeva, was it? You seem awfully taken with me for yourself. But I'm afraid...
Oh.
The burn is real! Oh my god, Hugo! Oh my god! I'm not into middle-aged women! Oh! Based! Chat! Control yourself, chat! Oh, Jesus! Oh! That line was amazing. Okay. I'm sorry. I almost died.
It was, damn, okay. You impertinent.
To put it bluntly, I find you annoying. You're like a flying buzzing... You're like a fly buzzing around my head. If you're looking to tempt someone over to your side, I'd suggest look elsewhere. Damn.
No
Damn.
mercy.
You sure you should be called Hugo Fact and not Hugo Sass?
Hugo says. Can we have another character like him?
I
Please?
know, right? He's amazing.
Like goddamn boy.
And then she's just laughing. I think she's angry.
Oh, this is rich. You think you can speak to me like that, you little twerp? You talk a good game, but let's see how well you're able to stand by your own convictions.
I stand pretty tall.
Can you turn your back on your newly awakened demonic power once again? Let's find out, shall we?
Let's... Uh-oh. What is this?
It's a barrier, designed to agitate your demonic power and drive you into a frenzy. How much of this ultimate pain and pleasure can you withstand? I wonder. I look forward to finding out.
Oh. Ah. Ha, he broke it. Nice.
Hell yeah, Hugo. What?
Nice try.
How?
I
Arrow,
forgot
this is
to.
Hugo.
This is Hugo. I forgot to cook my accessory again.
Remember.
I told you, I'd never fall into that trap again.
Well, you certainly make your point. If you only play nicely, it could have been avoided. But since you seem to have chosen a death wish, you leave me little choice.
I hate flying enemies. Hopefully, it'll be a little easier to hit you.
I feel as though like with this fight, Hugo should like doing it with Hugo should be easier just cause like
Yeah, magic.
he is supposed to be raised. Yeah. I present to you the most elite of all of my familiars. Go, my lovely. Head is foreign boy Lin from Lin. Okay.
Yeah, it's much easier to hit her. Ow. Cause he can glide.
Yeah.
Oh god. No, come on. All right. Ow. Whee! Die! Oh god. Haha. This is so much easier to do as Hugo.
Yeah, I figure. Like, I guess that's why people say that, like, this is so much easier.
But Yumika, it was so hard to, like, get her to the point where, like, she'd come down and she's dead. Right? That's what was hard about Yumika's.
I guess.
Yeah. The part of Yumika's that was hard was that, like, she couldn't, like, stay in the sky for very long, so you'd have to, like, time your jump and your, like, wind attack to try and hit her. It was really difficult. But
Right, yeah.
like once you got her, like you just whacked her a couple of times, and then once you went inside the big heads, she was much easier to hit. Once it got to that stage, you basically won. But getting to that stage with Yumika was a lot harder, much easier with Hugo. God damn. Anyway,
Right. This can't be. How could a child like you defeat me?
it's best if you don't talk. With wounds like that, you have no hope of surviving. You might want as well take in the sights of this world while you can.
Be right back.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll read for you. You son of a bitch. You should mind your own business. But it's alright. Once Lord Kaz releases the demonic essence, I will be. There's no time to lose. Have to go now. Oh. Okay, so this is the last section of the game. So, I need to save. Whee! Realizing a difference. Okay. If I go back, does the music change? It does. Yeah, okay, cool. Just making sure. I've got some treasure to find. Do have to wait for Eclaria to come back, though. So that Eclaria can continue story time. You excited for story time, chat?
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
I'm ready for story time, Eclaria.
Oh, story time. Okay, give me a sec. I'm leaving duty and then I'll be done.
Okay. I'm gonna work on finding some of these chests in here whilst you're getting out of your duty. I'm also gonna kill these guys so that I can get some SP. Ow. Stupid enemies. How did the raid go, Claria? Oh my god. Look at how much SP I just got. That's insane! 20,000. Nice. Claria? Oh,
Hello.
there you are.
Oh,
You okay?
yeah, I'm good.
How did the raid go?
Oh, painful. As usual. Yeah, let's go grab the link.
What's the name of the chapter you're on again?
Let's see. I'm gonna have to. I finished 3 already.
You didn't. No, you're on 3. You're at
I'm
the
on.
start of 3, yeah.
Holy crap! This long as shit.
it's
It's long.
I told you. You see, you should believe Amber when she tells you things.
Alright, so the chapter is called The Assassins and the Target.
Ooh. Sounds
Me.
good.
Sounds good. I have water. Okay. Alright, so chapter 3. Inside the room was opulence made manifest, the best of the best, enough to make the wealthiest noble envious. In the center of its spacious layout sat Haldor Barn, reclined on the sofa. He brought a glass of wine to his lips as his features twisted in a wry, unpleasant expression. Absolute incompetence. Such a simple job, and yet apparently one completely beyond them. Mr. Barn had fully grasped the situation. He had given the order that no one be allowed in, yet there were now two children standing before him. Given the commotion outside, it had been easy to guess what had happened. Though their appearances made it hard to believe, the two standing before him were no doubt professional assassins, here for his life. Still, Haldor maintained his composure. He kept this realization hidden and didn't allow so much as a hint of panic to creep into his features. The source of this confidence was the sturdy, colossal machine that sat on the floor before him. Its mere presence made even the impossibly spacious room feel cramped. It towered over 2 arches in height, with 6 spider-like legs protruding from its body. Ugh.
Ugh.
Oh, I hate spiders, just saying.
Mm-hmm. Hate them too. We're not the only one.
I don't know what to... Yeah, what is... how do I describe it?
Spiders are freaking horrible.
Do you ever have this... Okay, this is gonna be a weird tangent. But...
Are you sending me something on
Have you-
Discord?
No, it's have you ever just stare at like an insect and just like watch it die?
I've hissed at a spider before. Like a cat.
Okay, I can't stare at a spider for too long. It creeps me out. I'm not sure if I am like I have a phobia against spider, but just...
I think I definitely do. I can't. If I see one in my room, I literally can't sleep in my room. I like one time there was a spider on my wall, and I moved to the kitchen to sleep in the kitchen. I couldn't sleep in my room. It was late at night. My parents were asleep. I can't deal with them, especially if they're big.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to sleep in the kitchen. And then the next day, we couldn't find it, so we assumed that it left. So,
Right.
I also assumed that it left. I haven't seen it since, so, you know, that's the good.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
Alright. Its humanoid upper half stood erect, with 4 menacing arms stretching out from it. The entire machine emitted an eerie glow, making for a most intimidating sight to behold. Wowee, that's a big one, Nine remarked. Glancing up at it, an archaism, Ree exclaimed, immediately shifting to a battle stance. This beauty is a new favorite of mine, a rather fruitful find at a recent back-alley auction I happened to attend. And it wasn't cheap, let me tell you. But no, I didn't stop there. I'm a man who doesn't do things by half measure. I paid a princely sum to make it outfitted with the most cutting-edge technology available. Near well spent, in my opinion. I dare say it has enough firepower to easily wipe out an entire platoon of soldiers if I wanted it to. In fact, it would be mere child's play. Barely able to contain his smart grin, Haldor looked like a boastful child showing off his expensive toy at school. So the bums outside were just bouncers then. And this monstrosity is what's actually here to protect you, Tree deducted. Oh, a sharp one. That's precisely correct, Haldor said blissfully. Gleefully fuck my English. As long as I'm a bit by my side, my safety here is guaranteed. And once I made it to the Republic, I'll be untouchable. I don't think anybody wants to touch you, it's fine. I just imagine he's like this like guy. He looks like he appeared in Sky as well when he came to the meeting from I just imagine he looks like that guy with like the short mustache and like big belly. He just looks like that.
You mean President Rocksmith?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He let out a what?
I was like, okay. Ow.
He let out a long laugh, his voice raising higher and higher, echoing endlessly throughout the gaudy chamber. Shockingly stupid. He really is an idiot, huh? The duo's command weren't born from simple overconfidence. Even if they did somehow fail in their mission, and even if Haldor did somehow manage to make it to the Heya territory, he had already been marked for death by the organization. It would pursue him to the bitter end. To the last man, he had zero chance of survival. Attack! At Haldor's order, the Archaism lurched into action. It set its sight on feet and charged straight for him. Nine took the opportunity to begin casting her art. While her partner specialized in close quarter combat, she was a force to be reckoned with when it comes to orbital art. As she began to charge, however, one of the Archaism's arm rapidly folded out into a gun, the muzzle pointing into Nine's direction. Without delay, it sprayed a hail of bullets at her. Nine evaded the gunfire by a hair's breadth, but was forced to abandon casting her arts. The Archaism focused its attention back on Heath, who was busy fending off its melee attack with its long sword. Nine sprinted to the other side of the room and started her pass again. The machine's aim was too advanced, however, and she found herself unable to escape it long enough to get an art off. It appeared that their foe was equipped with a powerful art detection sensor, one that allowed it to identify incoming orbital attacks and counterattack before they could be launched. Forced to abandon her casting yet again, Nine screwed out her face in frustration and suddenly gripped her plush chest. This thing doesn't play nice. I quit, she spit in a huff. It was a fair point. Poison-tipped needles wouldn't have been particularly effective against the steel pudding of the machine. And without the ability to cast her art, Nine found herself at a loss. Three, however, remained unperturbed and readied himself for another onslaught. I'm gonna grab a little shut-eye. Wait me when the fighting's over, okay? Nine said as she flopped down on the sofa, using her bear as a pillow. Nine, cut it out. I need you to stay awake. Three shouted from across the room. Despite this, Nine didn't react at all. As she dozed, the Archaism seemed to disregard her as a threat and fully focused its attack on Three. Its forearms, transformed into a sword, a lance, and an axe and a gun, proceeded to launch a relentless string of attacks at the already overwhelmed assassin. Three leaped out of the way as the machine's sword arm cut an arc through the air, only to then see the lance rocketing towards him. He narrowly avoided it, and his escape path was blocked by a mighty swing of the axe. Meanwhile, the Archaism had its gun trained in Haldor's direction. Even in the heat of battle, it prioritized protecting its master against any approaching threat. Swift movement and deft swordplay were the foundation of Three's combat style, but they were of little use against such a powerful machine. The Archaism was simply too fast, and its attacks were both explosively powerful and aimed with deadly precision. Further, its 6 legs offered it perfect balance, and its multiple arms allowed it to launch attacks faster than Tree could keep up. To his irritation, Tree found his skill set completely useless against the metal monstrosity. Sure, it was a better fit for the task than Nine, but only by a slim margin. Regardless, we continued to fight, both blades flashing as they moved to intercept his foe. The sheer number of attacks coming at him forced Tree to focus entirely on defense. He parried, dodged and deflected the relentless wave of strike, biding his time, waiting for the machine to leave an opening for him to strike with his long sword. This violent dance continued on for some time. We had managed to land a number of blows to the machine's body and arms, but each had resulted in no more than a metallic twang as his blade was repelled by its solid metal armor. It's no use, child. That armor was specifically commissioned. And your pathetic little butter knives don't have a snowball's chance in Gehenna's against them. Helder's mocking tone grated on Three's nerve. It was made worse by the fact it was clear he wasn't wrong. Three attack has been completely ineffective so far. Still, Three had yet to suffer any wounds. Given how things were going though, it was only a matter of time before he was slowly worn down. Analysis complete. 9 suddenly began speaking, apparently having awoken from her nap. Still lounging on the sofa, she continued, her voice flatter and more precise than usual. Arms, jog 1, down 5 weight. Leg, jog 2, up 3 weight. Waist, rotation axis center. Left side of chest, up 2 fifths. Left 1 fifth. The first was to respond was not Free, but Haldor. You little wench, how did you do that? He was flustered, clearly shocked that Nine had figured out the archaism's structural weak points. Nine slowly rose from the sofa and reverted back to her usual door, sleepily rubbing her eyes as she spoke. I could tell by the sound. It takes a bit of concentration though. Pure disbelief was etched into Haldor's face. Three, on the other hand, looked as composed as ever. He had not gonna stop what Nine was doing. He was simply buying time until the analysis was complete. As now, right. He readied himself and rushed the archaism. His sword paced swifter than ever, a veritable tornado of flashes and steps. Each of his attacks hit upon one of the weak points that Nine had pointed out. He suddenly switched to a short sword and performed the same volley of attacks, hitting each point a second time, but the result was the same as before. Nothing save the same high-pitched metallic sound that rang out with each hit. It didn't appear the archaism had been damaged in the slightest. Haldor was beside himself with laughter, relishing watching the young assassin struggle. What a joke! You can swing those little swords of yours until the palms come home, but you're never getting through their armor. All part of the process. Letting this simple reply linger in the air, Three lined out his short sword with the empty section in the base of his long sword. The two blades locked into place, becoming a single weapon, their sharp edges perfectly lined up. At a single glance, it would be difficult to tell the two were ever anything other than a single sword. Haldor watched the process with interest, but then burst into mocking laughter a moment later. Proud of a pocket knife, little boy? Do you honestly think that that will be your ticket to victory? Truth be told, even in its combined state, the reach of True Sword hasn't improved any. Nor was the weapon sharper or faster. The slightly increased weight of the blade may have provided some increase in power, but certainly not enough to break through the archaism's thick armor. Given the opponent at hand, the weapon truly seemed little better than the toy. Three chose to remain silent and let his weapon do the talking. He swung it at the weak point of the archaism's leg, the same spot he had targeted before. This time, however, his strike was followed by a loud explosion and the archaism's leg flew across the room. The blast seemed to have come from within the archaism itself and was powerful enough to have blown its limb clean off. The blast appeared similar to that of a fire element art, but neither Tree nor Nine had appeared to have cast anything. Even if they had, the archaism sensor would surely have detected it. What the? Haldor stammered, his face twisted with shock and fear. Another swing by Tree's sword, followed by another explosion. A second of the archaism's limb was sent flying to a corner of the room. What the hell is going on? Haldor screeched, no longer trying to hide his panic. His tone quickly deteriorated from alarm to abject terror. This is no ordinary sword. Free began to speak, his face devoid of expression. It's fully integrated with a battle augment, forming a single weapon. Wow. Strictly speaking, I suppose it's closer to an ordinary augment than a battle augment. As he spoke, he continued his attack. His sword played not pausing for even a second. An augment with a single function. A controlled explosion on point I designate. However, its activation requires each blade to have separately made contact with the integrated target area. You can think of the marks as targeting coordinates, essentially. Even though Tree's initial attack seems to have been repelled, they were actually purposely stabbed in this process. The subsequent explosions were the true attack. The third strike to the same location is this time made with the unified blade results in the explosion. The location and timing specification were complicated, as was the use of the specialized augment in conjunction with some automatic processing. The end result was an instantaneous cast time, however. If the runner was skilled enough, they'll be able to launch powerful arts attack without the need of any charge-up period. It was in this ability that the true value of Tree's weapons lay. Having suffered an enormous amount of damage from the rapid arc strikes unleashed on it, the archaism began throwing sparks in all directions. It began to dawn on Haldor that victory was no longer an option for him, and he began desperately looking for means of escape. Stop. Stop fighting and get me out of here now, he ordered the archaism in a shrill yell. Reacting to its new order, the machine quickly rotated its torso and began moving towards him. So, a little voice called out from across the room. During the commotion, its remaining spider-like legs has been bound to a complex web of steel wire, rendering it immobile. This is the end. Free quickly dropped its remaining weakness in rapid succession. The resulting series of explosions tore the machine to pieces, littering its surrounding with burnt steel and charred components. When the smoke had cleared, the room was so filled with broken parts, it was more a scrapyard than sweet. What remained of the archaism's body ceased all functions and collapsed. Its chassis mangled beyond recognition. Three deathly wove his way through the junk scattered at his feet, silently moving towards Haldor. Hi, Jess.
Hi, Des!
Stay back. A pitiful squeak escaped Haldor's throat as he scrambled backwards, away from the approaching assassin. There was nowhere to run, however. Three's mission was nearing its end, yet he didn't feel happiness, not even relief. He took a step closer. He felt his sword suddenly grow heavy in his hand. He forced himself to take another step. His legs felt like they were encased in concrete. His whole body felt like it was desperately rejecting his advance, trying to pull itself away. Another step. This was how it always ended. All that remained was for him to fulfill his role. He was nothing but a tool, a machine. This was how it was supposed to be. Three took one final step forward. There's no need to share any details with you. Still, I figured you at least deserve to know who's ending your life. To know, Three thought to himself, whose name to curse as you burn in the fires of Gehenna. I am Three of Swords. He plunged his blade deep into Haldor's chest, piercing the man's heart. I'm an assassin for the organization. By this point, the panic on the second floor had largely subsided, and the ship's security guards were finally starting to move up to the third floor. Picking up on this, 3 and 9 quickly broke open the window and jumped through into the sea outside. It's a good thing this mission was on an airship. That would have made escaping way more of a pain, 9 remarked. Agreed. She was right. Escaping from an airship would have necessitated a specialized aircraft for the operation. as well as forcing the two to leap from ship to ship midair. It wouldn't have been entirely impossible for the young assassins, though, and surely someone in their white world had carried out such an operation before. As Nine softly called up to Free, again, using her preferred nickname for him. He was a corrupt man, an evil man. The two of them looked back towards the ship. There was no need for further explanation between the two. Yeah, Tree said quietly. I know. He had been thorough in reading through the mission dossier and knew that Nine spoke true. Haldor was a bastard through and through, one that had performed all kinds of horrible acts in the pursuit of Mira. His mere existence sullied the world, and society was better off with him no longer a part of it. Not that it matters either way. When it came down to it, a hit was a hit. A target could be the person with the purest heart on the continent or the scummiest bottom feeder imaginable. If an assassin order came in from the organization, 3 and 9 followed it. That's how it always was. I guess. 9 went silent. She took something out from her plush bear and began blowing into it. It gradually took the shape of an inflatable raft big enough for one. 9 climbed aboard, and it flopped down once again using her bear as a pillow. I'll catch another few weeks. I'll leave this part to you as okay. This part meant for Free to swim them both to shore.
Is there a comfortable part? Are you getting to a comfortable part in the chapter where you can take a little break?
I think I'm 2 paragraphs left.
You have 2 paragraphs left of the entire thing?
Oh yeah, of this chapter.
Oh, okay. I'll go grind then.
Just a little, just a few more sentences.
Yeah, let me know when you're done.
Alright. Your legs, you know when it's done.
Yeah.
Your legs work just fine, he retorted. Do it yourself. Despite his word, Free felt a twinge of something resembling affection in his heart. He and 9 had been operating together for over a year by this point. She was a little younger than him, and he sometimes found himself thinking of her as more a little sister than just his partner. Their natural rapport aside, she was also someone he could truly rely on during their mission. Despite this, Free understood the situation. He understood that even if 9 was his partner, even if he thought of her as a little sister, he could never let his guard down. He could never truly trust her. To be continued.
That's sad.
I guess it's because they are both assassins, so
yeah, it makes sense.
Like someone could pull out a hit on one of them.
Ow. I guess she can't trust him either.
Yeah.
It works both ways. Is that it? Are you done? Is that the end?
So you continue.
Oh! That was fast. I thought there was more to it.
I guess because most of it was just continuation from the previous, the fights.
We got a boss fight, and I think we're fighting. Hugo's brother.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Let's go. Finish. We're almost finished Hugo's chapter. Let's go. Yep. Hello. I thought I might find you here. Toll. So, you beat Selva and Kishkol alike. I must admit, I'm impressed. The biggest surprise, though, is that you accepted demonic powers, yet but all appearances appeared refrained from using them. I suppose that means you finally found the road to call your own. I did. In pursuing you, I came to realize that I was basically just walking in your footsteps. I desired power for power's sake, and sought to become stronger regardless of the consequences. In a way, I suppose I was doing exactly as Father always taught us, the ideals of the House of Fact to the letter. But that's not who I am. I realize that I seek isn't power itself. It's the strength of mind to wield the power effectively. It's mastery. Once I realized that, everything else suddenly fell into place. I will never again allow myself to be consumed by that power. I accept Father's teachings blindly and sought an unmatchable strength just as blindly. But no more. I intend to defeat you here and now, but I am not about to rely on any demonic essence to do it. My own power will be plenty. It seems you're I've sorely misjudged you. I thought the days of you being one-upped by my little brother were true. Still, it seems we've both chosen our own paths, and sadly, they don't lead to the same place. I won't yield to you, Hugo, brother or no. We stand on opposite sides. Oh boy. Oh god. Show me your power. Untainted by our family's what? Doctrines?
Doctrines.
Unreliant upon the demonic essence, your own strength. Ow. Ooh. I'm just gonna pea shoot you from a distance. Which is very hard to do. Woo! Ah! Ow. I can't wait to use this guy's power. It's gonna be fun. Ow.
Mm-hmm.
Ow, 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 ow. Stop it! Quit it! Ooh, almost there. Yeah! Did it. I got a trophy. Unbelievable. You've done well for yourself, Hugo. I guess I made the right choice. In some regards, anyway. What are you talking about? Oh boy. Long ago, I chose to distance myself from the house fact and become a holy knight. I did this practically because it was what I wanted, but most because I thought you were better suited for the role of successor than I could ever hope to be. What? Your magical ability was always been extraordinarily greater than my own. It's likely why Father didn't try to stop me. But in the end, all I really accomplished was forcing you out into a life you never wanted. Go, Hugo. Seeing as you are now, I know I can leave my affairs in your hands. I know you'll do what's right. Even if I kinda hate to admit it. Aww! Hey! Joel has fallen unconscious. How am I supposed to take over your affairs when I don't even know what you're trying to do? At least I can be sure now that you'll never had any ill intent. No idea if I can live up to your expectations or not. But I'll do what I can, brother. You have my word. Aww. We're just gonna leave our unconscious brother here and move on.
Typical siblings.
It's okay, bro. I got you. Bye. Just runs off.
Just run, yes.
We're almost at the top of this bloody damn tower. Oh my god, this tower is so damn tall. There we go. The crystal has been purified. Save. Am I level 50? I am level 50. Look at this. I was both level 50. It took me 14 hours, and it took me 13 hours as Yumika. I feel like it took longer as Yumika. But okay, sure. This was definitely much easier than Yumika's stuff. I'm glad I saved Hugo for our second playthrough. It's so damn tall. It's named Darn Tower. Now it's time for Kaz. We must fight the Kaz. So, the successor to House Fact makes his dramatic final appearance.
Hugo.
Kaz, why you look so pretty? It seems you've suppressed the demonic element I bestowed upon you. Yet, even without its power, you've managed to get past every one of my subordinates. I'm impressed, but also very, very disappointed. You could have been so much more. Don't even try it. I have no intention of believing a single word you say. I never should have in the first place. Release Lady Reha and hand over the Black Pearl now. Listen to you, making demands. I think we both know I'm not about to comply. You see, I need both the goddesses and the pearl to complete my final ritual. The ritual to drag Solomon's shrine back down to the surface. I'm aware of it. But why? What will that accomplish? It's simple, really. The Black Pearl is what holds the shrine aloft, and it's using a considerable amount of power to do so. Logically, Cass, you don't use logic. Logically, if it's expanding so much energy on that one task, its potency is limited. Okay. And since only the divine affections, yes, of the goddess can control the pearl, well, I think you get the idea. Wait, I don't understand what's going on. So you intend to crash the holiest of shrines to the ground, killing all who dwell within, just to unlock the Black Pearl's full power? When you put it that way, yes. I'm most sadistic simulation indeed. I then plan to steal the goddess's power, granting me full unrestricted control over the pearl and all its all it represents. God, I cannot read. And finally, at long last, I'll be able to give the demonic essence form, creating the perfect existence. Jesus. You think I'm going to stand by and let you do this? What? You're wasting your time. Your pathetic magic can't possibly penetrate this barrier.
Hugo, stop. He's absorbed the demonic essence into himself. No Malachites can even touch him.
Damn. Pity. I would have enjoyed watching him struggle a little bit more. But thank you for enlightening him nevertheless. Unfortunately for you, Hugo Fact. Turnabout is fair play, remember?
Hugo.
What now? If you unleash your demonic element, you might stand a chance of surviving this. Or will you persist in your obstinity and rush to your eternal reward? I won't do it. I won't give in now. I'd never be able to show my face to her. I'd rather die. Such sentimental drivel. I hope it provides you with some comfort on your journey to hell. Is this the end? Am I really incapable of doing this without resorting to that other side of me? Sorry, Epona. What? How?
Seems you've been busy, Hugo.
Hang in there.
Hello there.
We're here for you, as promised.
The whole gang's here. Oh, Roy's here.
So,
He did not die in Hugo's Drow? Okay. I'm confused, though. But then again, this isn't the only thing that's different, I don't think, from Yumika's route. Right?
Yeah.
So it depends on, but you have to go through both of them. So you have to, know both of their stories to unlock Hugo's brother's story. Maybe Hugo's brother's story is the true story. Maybe. But to understand it, you need to know about Yumika and Hugo's stories, right? That would make sense. Yeah, I like it. If you would please, Rhea, we must gather our power to come and confirm it upon Hugo.
On your lead, Fina.
What in the world? No. This is the power of the goddesses?
Never forget, Hugo. You're not alone in this.
Every one of us is behind you. Our thoughts, our feelings, and our strengths are all with you now. I can feel them coursing through me. Ah! Boom!
Hell yeah, anime moment.
Yeah! I feel like I'm watching Haikyuu. For yeah, I'm Hinata from fucking Haikyuu. I did it! Impertinent worm. I will not allow my ambitions to be foiled by the likes of you. Behold my true power! What the? Watch out, Hugo.
He's using the essence within him to take on demonic form.
I will show you the perfect fusion of man and demon. And may the sight be forever sneered into your vision. Let's go! Can I beat Kaz? I beat you once before, Kaz! You just never learn your lesson.
It's confirmed. Kaz is a masochist. He just likes the pain.
This is easy. Done?
Oh my gosh. I was pegging, I was like, petting the doggo's like back, like near his butt. I think it's because his. Okay, so his dog has been like hissing everywhere in my house, right? Like it's not that he's not potty trained. It's just that I think he's now like suddenly having the need to mark his territory,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just peeing everywhere. And then we decided to make him wear a diaper.
Oh.
Yeah. And then I think it's because he's not used to like wearing a diaper. So whenever we pet him, there's like a different sensation. And you know what he does? He does a little like tap dance whenever we pet his butt.
Die, guys!
I guess.
Ow, 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 ow. Guys, you're making this too easy for me. I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Wow. Cass.
I thought you were supposed to be good at this. Ow, 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 ow. Ow! And you're dead. You didn't even kill me once!
Yes! What happened to being chaotic?
Yeah. Get beat up by Hugo. How does it feel, Kaz? Ugh. I never imagined a lowly weakling like you could thwart my ambitions. So I'm a lowly weakling, am I? Sounds about right. Did Hugo just burn himself? Still, I walk my own path now, a path I've chosen for myself. It's a bumpy road, but to be sure, but I'll never deviate from it again. Such naivete. The blood of House Fact is more corrupt than you know. Just as my darklings compulsorily pursued their ideals to the bitter end, so too will I succumb to the curse of your bloodline. So will you succumb to the curse of your bloodline sooner or later.
Hugo, please, stand back. When you see, what you see before you is the demonic essence itself. Fina, are you ready?
I am. We did it! We beat the game again! Woo! I'm chaotic at the moment in a dungeon.
He's in one of the level 90 dungeons.
Can't wait to see this for a third time. I wonder if the how different the third playthrough will be. I wonder if we'll have a new opening as well. Will we have the exact same opening?
Oh.
I wonder if we'll have a different opening because it'll be a different character.
It'll be nice to have it.
It'd be nice if it was different in some way.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got to go through this game one more time. And then we're done.
Mm-hmm.
We're almost done with this with these origin. And I'm a bit sad. I want to play more. This game is actually fun. As frustrating as the platforming and the combat was for like Yumika, oh my god. Some of the bosses with Yumika were just pain. It was fun. You're certain you won't return with us then?
We are. We gave up our wings to still read the essence. Those wings for our power and our life's energy. Even now, we grow weary. We'll dream into sleep, likely for a long, long time.
Until Trails of Cold Steel. No. Until Trails in the Sky.
Trails in the sky.
Until a bunch of kids in the future wake us up.
Wake us up.
And then anyway. Moving on. But the seal we've placed upon the demonic essence is imperfect at best. Returning to the Black Pearl to Solomon's Shrine will be far too dangerous. Even keeping it here would be inviting calamity. Once we've drifted into sleep, both we and the Pearl must be entombed deep within the earth, far from human hands. Humans can dig, though. No. Thank you, Hugo. Oh.
It's solely because of you that we were able to avert this crisis.
Indeed. I can't even imagine how we could ever repay you for what you've done. You needn't do a thing. Without you and everyone else here, I never could have accomplished what I did. I only regret that my brother isn't here to pay his respects as well. I can't seem to find him anywhere.
It's quite alright. I must ask though, Hugo, are you troubled by Cass' last words to you? They seem to strike a chord.
Well...
He struck one with us as well, referring to our powers as affected. What? Affectation? What?
Factitious.
English is not.
Factitious. Oh, you know what? Just English is a lie. We know this.
English is like belittling our divinity. And in many ways, he was right.
I mean, we belittle your divinity all the fucking time.
In the start, you know, like God.
We've been sus about you since the start of this game.
Yeah. Our powers are limited. We can't see into the future, for example. but we don't have to know he was wrong about you.
Okay. I'm still sus. These goddesses, from the start of this game, were like just like flat out like just not to only telling us what they wanted us to hear, right? This I feel like if this game wanted us to trust the goddess and like Adios or anything like that, it didn't help.
Yeah.
No, I'm still sus. There's still sus as hell. Anyway, moving on.
You took on the might of a demon, yet resisted its influence. That may be an accomplishment beyond even our abilities. No, I wouldn't say he resisted.
I believe what my sister is trying to say is that your bloodline doesn't shape you. You are who you are. So please, try not to let it get to you. It was an empty platitude from an empty soul. Kaz, you've been just burned by the goddesses. They called you an empty soul. How do you respond?
A word, please, sir.
I understand. It would seem our time is up.
They are dead meat. Indeed.
I mean, they're gonna go to sleep now, so. Indeed.
Good luck.
The rest is in your hands, my friends. We shall do as you've instructed, my ladies.
We thank you both with all our hearts and souls. Something that Cass didn't have. For all the guidance and wisdom you've imparted upon us in the many long years since the founding of Ys. I think you have that backwards. It's you who have imparted guidance and wisdom upon us.
Thank you all so much for everything. Lady Rhea, Lady Fenna. Don't look at us like that, Yumika.
One day, we will awaken again.
And find all of you are gone, and then create an organization called Ouroboros to do I don't know what the hell, and then we'll tease some kids from a school.
And when that day comes, we'll be sure to look you up. Unika's descendant is Duvalie.
I mean, to be fair, that would make sense.
Uh-huh.
But isn't Duvalie on our side, not Ouroboros' anymore? She's not.
Well, at the beginning.
I know she's at the beginning. She's no. She follows Aaron Road, right?
Yeah.
She sims for her, not the Grand Master.
Yeah, but they're all on the same I was about to say spectrum, the same side. She has a descendant that knows how to read. I mean, hopefully that descendant knows how to not charge into battle recklessly.
And so the crisis had brought brought the land of Ys to the brink of annihilation was finally resolved. A bit impermanently. Hugo and the others enshrined the goddesses and the Black Pearl deep underground, just as promised. Afterward, they began preparing to use their remaining magical energy to return to Solomon's Shrine in the heavens. I just can't wait to find out if Solomon's Shrine is still above, like, feckin' us in, like, trails. Oh, you're leaving already. Oh, hey, Tree. How's it going,
Hi,
friend?
Tree.
Hi, buddy. Yes. With the tower's influence cut off, Solomon's Shrine has, begun reascending to its proper place in the heavens. But the further it gets from the surface, the more difficult it becomes to maintain a teleportation spell. We must not miss our chance. We'll miss you. Well then, I guess we will do as the goddess did and get some sleep. I'll pray our day will meet with the goddesses. We would like nothing more. I wonder how long it will be before the goddesses will walk upon... I wonder if these guys are eternal. Actually, you know what? Because they live in Solomon's Shrine, they might be still alive.
Huh.
They might live way longer than... Right?
I don't know.
It's
How long is the
possible.
average lifetime?
I have freaking no idea. But time could be paused while they're in Solomon's Shrine. So, but it could advance here much more, right? So it could be possible that maybe in a later arc we'll see like fucking Yumika again and fucking Hugo again. Oh, that'd be cool. Anyway, I'm just spitting facts. I wonder how long it will be before the goddesses walk among us again, and we can all safely return to the surface.
Too long, I'm sure.
Indeed. But should it happen within my lifetime, I hope to be here for it. I intend to stay behind.
What?
Hugo! What brought this on? I simply don't want to live out the rest of my days on that cramped little island in the sky. And if I go back now, I may never get the chance to come down here again. But why would you ever want to? Yumika, you're staying too, right? You stay too. Are you planning to look after Lady Rhea and Lady Fena or something? Oh wait, I think I know. Yeah, it just hit me as well. You're worried about your brother, aren't you? Oh, different.
Bruh.
What? No, that's ridiculous. How could you both independently come up with such an idiotic notion? Fine. That's not it then. But hey, if you're staying behind, I see no reason I shouldn't join you. Yeah, me too. I'm worried about leaving the goddesses alone in that chamber, and I don't really like being so far away from them. Yeah. That was my first thought when Hugo said he was staying, and I feel exactly the same way. So maybe I should stay too, if you'll have me anyway. I don't even want to leave their side if I don't have to. I knew you were going to say that.
He's gonna stay.
Commander Cecilia, Romania. I understand. He'll pass along your regards. It makes sense that he doesn't go back, right?
Mm-hmm. You two take care of each other now, you hear?
Wait! Does that that mean you're staying too, Roy? The fact that you picked up on... that you didn't pick up onto that until now just proves that you really do need someone to look after you.
Lost her this child, I swear.
I don't think you would last one day down here without me. Oh, come on. Are you ever gonna stop treating me like a little kid?
Just look what you've started, Hugo.
Ashara be the mum of the group. Slap these kids into shape.
Slap those kids. I wish I could tell you all to take some time and think this through. But time is a luxury we don't have.
You never have enough time. Sorry about this, Ashara. Sorry, Mum.
I'll let Priestfag know of your decision, Hugo, and the rest of the families too, for that matter. I imagine there's going to be hell to pay though, so you all better be damn sure you're doing the right thing.
I believe we are. Take care of yourself, Ashara. Let the people of Ys know they'll be in our thoughts and in our prayers. Interesting. There was only like 4 of us in Yumika's that stayed behind, but because Roy's alive, there's 5 of us. Ys 2017 credits. Oh, we did it. We did it. We got to the end. I imagine that this is all the same, but I won't skip it just in case. What do we think, guys? I think I like Ys. I think I really like it. I like that I like the sass, the banter. They seem to have implemented that when they made Trails as well. Like, right?
Yeah.
You can see the influence this had on Trails. And vice versa, I imagine. In later games, I imagine there's more connections and more like similarities as you go forward as they are close. And I imagine that like references like the goddesses, magics and artifacts and stuff like that, I imagine the similarities do not end. Right? I imagine that there's more in future series. It's exciting! Damn it! I was hoping this... I don't know! Was I hoping this wasn't going to be good so that I would have to play the rest of these games immediately after? I'm gonna have to buy more of these games. I'm gonna have to buy more. This is gonna be a long-ass series. Hey, there's a town! Look at that! There's like a little town. Do you see that?
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see this tower that we see in Origin. I'm waiting to see it in like a later arc in like Trails. even this area that we're seeing right now, like we should,
Mhm.
if this still exists, like years later, if Trails takes place years later, right? If it
Mhm.
still exists, then we should see it in Trails at some point, right?
Right. Yeah.
We know that there are towers in like Sky, right? This isn't part of the Trails verse? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There are too many connections to be continued. There are too many similarities.
Well, it is made with the same company, so I wouldn't be surprised with the similarities.
Hugo's clear data is now saved. Hugo is now you okay? After selecting tab, okay. Toal is now it now can be used in story mode. He will appear on the character select screen when you start the new game. Oh! Oh! It
Hello.
changed! That's cool! Very nice. Like it. Alright. Last one.
Experts only.
Let's go hard mode. No. Not even
You're
gonna.
gonna
No.
spend like 2 hours
I
on a
would
single boss.
I would
is it?
spend an eternity just in the. It is new. Yes, thank God.
Oh,
This is terrible.
the demonic power is distorting the very ground itself, and the distortion is creating even more demons. We may have been too late in stealing away the Claria.
Indeed. Reha? Do you think that we were wrong to do it? Using the Black Pearl so covertly, teaching the humans magic, creating the Kretia. You look what circumstances our actions have wrought.
Well, were we not well aware this could happen? Since the very day we chose to lead them away from the sinking land, it has always been a possibility.
You know, Fenna's hair is longer than Reha's. And their outfit, I like that their outfits are slightly different so that you can kind of tell them apart. Their faces are
Yeah.
different as well.
Yeah. And the hair color is slightly different as well.
Yeah, one is
like,
kind
lighter
of darker purple, one's lighter purple.
Rhea is Rhea is towards like the purple pink tone. No matter what happens, we must see this through to the end. It is our paradise after all. A utopia built by a pair of young, naive deities working in tandem with equally young, naive humans. We cannot allow the demonic essence to be used by that man. We must intervene.
You're right, of course.
What's wrong?
I sense something over there. It feels like pampered Corellia.
Is it?
There can be no doubt. It is his. I like that this opening is different, right?
Yeah, I guess this is where the actual story starts then.
Yeah.
It should come as no surprise. Just as we saw, neither of us has been able to sense him since that day. The one must marvel that a sword of Claria could wind up in a state such as this. It would seem he was careless.
Reha. Was this?
He's alive.
What?
I don't know how, but he's still alive. The sword itself has told me so.
The sword can talk?
Yes. Talking to sword, very normal behavior.
Tree, talking tree, talking sword.
Where's the talking mountain? Mount Precious, are you there?
Where's the talking mountain? The real Yeast
I beg you,
origin
Mount Precious.
starts here. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you. So this is the real, so this is the actual line of events, right? But that would make sense, right? And it makes sense we would have to go through the two other characters just to see, like, what they're like and how they work, right?
Yeah.
So this is going to be interesting. Now that this is the real story, I wonder if we'll see both Epona and Roy die here. Anyway, let's move on. Yes, I can feel it too. Careless, as you said, yet warm. It's unmistakably the same light.
All our destinies are bound within that tower. The people of East, the outsiders, his and ours as well.
Maybe nobody will die in this route, but I can't believe that.
No. Let's go, Fina. If we are to entangle all these twisted fates and weave new ones in their place, there is much work to be done.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that's how it'll work. That's how it works. That's how new games work. We're playing it through this. Damn, that's smart. We're playing through a fate weaved by by the goddesses. In each time we press new game to a new character, it's a different fate plays out. So this is the true fate that they want to weave. I'm guessing. Damn context. Damn. Fucking Jesus. These games are smart. Damn. This is really clever. This is really clever storytelling. This is super smart. I can't get over it. Yes. To the tower. Ysum 1 and 2 are like this too? Cool. I'll have to check those out too. At some point. Please just come to PlayStation. Hugo! Hugo's dad. Who's a jerk?
You can get Yeast 1 and 2 on Steam.
I probably need to do that at some point. I mean, we'll see. I might have to play all of these games. Do I play them all in order, or do they just can I play them in any order I want? There's Kaz, and Epona, and Kishkel, and there's Toll. Whee! Oh, we started the tower summit. That's cool. So we working our way down the tower instead of up the tower. That's interesting.
That certainly went well.
Maybe.
I only wish I could have seen their faces.
Hello there.
The thought of being attacked during transport probably never even crossed their minds.
Hello. Hello, Katie. How's it going? Well, you seemed like you needed a bit of a pick-me-up. And perhaps now we can rest easy, if but for a moment. Still, they've only been scattered, not killed. And they will surely make it here sooner or later. I will leave it up to you lot to dispose of them. Remember, though, that the goddesses have already entered the tower with the Black Pearl in tow. Do not lose sight of your mission. Understood.
Alright. I haven't had a good fight in months. This is going to be fun.
Is something the matter? Are feeling remorse, perhaps, for betraying your brethren and your beloved goddesses? You needn't to concern yourself with me. Once I accepted those demonic powers, I was freed of such sentimentality? Yes. I did it. I read the English word. And in its place. Of course. Your powers will surely grow as you become more accustomed to your demonic nature. And I must say, I greatly look forward to seeing what you're capable of. Thanks, Kaz. You know, weird working with Kaz.
It's weird working with Kaz. No problem.
Oh boy. So how am I going to teleport around? Am I already going to have a crystal? Oh, you're going to give it to me. Okay, cool.
Alright, we've reached the tower entrance.
So, I'm to start searching here and work my way up then.
That's the idea, yes. We'll cover more ground if we search floor by floor without relying too heavily on teleportation.
Oh, damn it, but I like teleportation.
The three of you will split your efforts and search every nook and
Nice.
cranny of this tower to find and capture the goddesses. The others have been assigned to the upper and middle tiers, so the lower decks are all yours.
Very well.
What are you doing? Have you turned on us so quickly? Was he ever on your
We've
side,
got
though?
company.
What? Hold it, you three. Stand down. I did not summon you.
Works for me. It's feeding time. Oh boy! These are Tovo's basic movements and attacks. Okay, so he attacks, he swipes. He's a swipe. A jump. Okay, side attack. Jump, swipe. Down thrust. What? Attacking immediately after coming to a stop. Attacking during a jump. Okay.
You brute. You killed three of ours without even a moment hesitation.
In exchange for cooperating with you, I am to given lease to kill any demons I find in this tower and absorb their essence. That was the agreement, was it not? Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right, Zephyr hates us.
Yeah. Fine. Those are Lord Kaz's orders. I won't question you further.
I'll hate Lord Kaz.
But we will be watching. And make no mistake, we expect results. I assume you understand the consequences should you fail to live up to your expectation, no?
I have a general idea. I intend to apprehend the goddesses before those other two even know which way is up.
You talk deep. Let's hope you can deliver upon those words. Now, before I go, there is something I must give you. Here.
It's a teleportation crystal? Oh! Dark crystal received. Oh. A dark crystal.
It's a magical item crafted by Lord Kaz, patterned after a similar object from East. It has the power to activate any demon statues you find within the tower.
Demon statues. Like that one, I presume? It's my understanding that when the tower was being constructed, those statues were used to help retain control over the demons. They were once goddess statues, were they not?
Isn't it delightful? The calm visage shared by the twin goddesses twisted into such a monstrous form. Does it not fill your heart with joy to see such beautiful corruption?
Yes. Beautiful. I'm presuming
It's very
instead of purifying these statues, well, as soon as I find them, I can just teleport to them. Okay.
At any rate, the dark crystal also holds the power of teleportation. It can transport you instantly to any demon statue you've activated.
Neat. Got it.
Good boy.
Oh, thank you.
I trust you'll do your utmost in service of Lord Kaz.
Of course. All hail, Lord Kaz.
All hail. For if you fail, your life, or should I say your very soul, will be forfeit.
Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom!
My life, my soul. Not much to lose then, either way. Woo! Alright. Alright, let's give it a shot. Have to out the dark crystal and hold it up. Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
It turns a different color. Immediately, in immediate response, the demon statue began to glow, an eerie, unholy light. Well, that was simple enough. Not much to look at, but it serves my purposes. Strengthen demonic element. Alright. Oh my god. Increase attack range is 50,000 SP? Damn. We need to get increased SP gain, like, immediately, right? It's only 16. It's only 16,000, so that's not that actually that bad. For now, I'm not gonna do anything, right? I imagine Rue is gonna be helpful with sharpening my weapon.
Hello there.
I imagine that I give it ore for strengthening my weapon. I'm trying to do this. Like... When you suddenly stop, press attack. This is really... okay. Let's just continue. Anyway. This is gonna be fun. Make me stronger, demons! Hey, Clary, would you like to read us a story while I, press up the tower a third time?
A third time, let's say. Where was I? Oh, I think we can continue to chapter 4, yeah?
Yes. I believe you were on chapter 4.
Yes. So, the chapter is called Real Sword. Pretty sure it's written by, written from the guy's perspective.
Wait, what?
They hunt me.
Oh.
The written from... Oh, look,
It's
treasure.
Eeh.
They hunt me relentlessly. All the people I've murdered over the years. I've cut off their heads, carved their hearts from their chest, sliced their
Jesus.
torsos right through the middle.
Oh, beautiful. I
But
love that we're going into the story as we're going into the whole story.
Did all your slicing.
It matches so perfectly.
But no matter what I do, an army of corpses continues to pursue me. I see them every time I close my eyes. The politicians, the nobles, the merchants, the rich and powerful. Just leave me alone, just leave me alone, just leave me alone. I frantically swing my sword at them. I cut and cut, bisecting them, slashing them apart. But they can't relent. But they don't relent. English. Chunks of flesh and bone, visceral, and intestines, lungs and brain. Yeah, very nice. They gather into a writhing mess that comes crashing down on me like a gory wave, threatening to swallow me whole. Get away, get away, get away, get away. I try to escape, but they corner me again and again. My victims, staring at me with hollow eyes, accusing me. How could you do this to us? How? They throw themselves at me, their decaying fingers gripping my neck, trying to rip the life out of me just as I did to them. Let me go. I frantically thrash and struggle, but no matter what I do, I can't break away. Rotting blood and bile trickles down my body,
Cool.
dissolving my skin.
Yeah.
The wave finally swallows me up. I just want a normal life. I just want my humanity back. I woke up from my nightmare, my breath short and wet. My entire body was soaked in a horrible sweat. I fought back the rising urge to vomit. The night after completing a mission was always like this. The only difference was seeing one more face in the crowd. Even after years, my disgust for murder never had abated. Not even in the slightest. No matter how much time passed, I couldn't rid myself of the scars left in my mind by the terrible acts I've performed. And yet, I had no choice but to continue. 9 and 9 were nothing but tools. Our individual thoughts and ideals had no meaning. They were completely unnecessary. All the organization required from us was a skillful capacity for murder and unquestioning subordination. To kill as we were ordered to. Our entire existence boiled down to this singular point. To reject an order or attempt escape was tantamount to suicide. The organization. To even speak its true name was forbidden. It was a group of professional killers that existed in the shadows of society. Its core business was eliminating marks, but its true objective likely lay elsewhere. As a low-ranking member, I was simply one of the organization's weapons. There was no reason for such info to be shared with me. Most members of the organization have served it since they were children. Children deemed to possess special potential were made to undergo combat instruction and exercises in a place known as the factory. The majority of
the
children...
13 factory? Maybe?
Maybe?
Similar?
Wait, the Black Factory.
Black Factory. What? Whee! Where am I? I see I was teleported... I see. Teleportation trap designed to dispose of non-demons. Zelfa must have intentionally left me to find it about it on my own. If I can surmise the demonic element within me, I should be able to change my form. Hopefully, that's all it'll take to get me through. I can change my form? Nani the fuck?
Nani the fuck?
Nani? I can? Okay. How do I do that? I don't know. Anyway, sorry for interrupting you, Claria.
NANI?
Oh, no worries. Why? Where was I? Right. The majority of children who entered the factory would never again see beyond its walls. Unable to endure the merciless training they were put through, it would become their tomb. The lucky ones who did survive, however, were officially reorganized as entry-level members of the organization. That's what happened with me. I was forced to abandon who I was when I first passed through the factory's door at 7 years old. Anyone
Damn.
who dared utter their former name would be subject to severe punishment. There was no concept of individuality. Life in an organization meant being nothing more than another tool in an arsenal. It wasn't until I graduated at the age of 10 that I was given a name. It only served to solidify my status as a weapon, however. Our names, more like titles, were based on tarot cards. In my case, the moniker I received was from the Minor Arcana, Three of Swords. It doesn't even have the slightest bit of humanity to it, but it was better than having no name at all. Both the higher up and a small fraction of the very best candidates were given a name based on the Major Arcana. Everyone who survived training and made it in was skilled, but in terms of combat ability, the Major Arcana would run circles around the rest of us. Rumor had it that they were even more powerful than the top-ranked bracers. I left my room and peeked into the neighboring one. It seemed like 9 was still sleeping. It was time for my report, so I headed out on my own. Lower-level members of the organization generally operated in pairs. My partner is 9 of Swords, a girl 1 year my junior. 9 was a natural genius. He graduated from the factory in a single year, despite the fact that the average kid takes 3 to 5, if they even made it to graduation without dropping out, that is. From gathering info to analyzing battle situations, acting abilities to infiltration tactics, she was top class in a multitude of fronts. That's to say nothing of her combat style, which made use of needles and wires, allowing her to control the flow of battle and dominate her foe. All in all, her abilities were far better suited to assassinations than mine were. It was a bit awkward for us when we were first paired up, but after working together for a year, I could honestly say that she was the best partner I've ever had, and the most reliable. At the same time, she was also the person I needed to regard with the most caution. The reasons why the organization used a partner system were twofold. The other reasons were that it helped facilitate missions, and it also forced each partner to monitor the other. Yeah, and the organization's betrayal was swiftly returned with death. A tool is doomed to serve until it breaks. As such, we were expected to be part of the organization the entirety of our lives. As a general rule, we were afforded no freedom. There did, however, exist special rules. If one were to sense that their partner was beginning to betray the organization, they could sell them out to gain their own freedom. All you had to do was make your report, present sufficient evidence of your suspicion, and then you were given the task of eliminating them yourself. If you succeeded, you were free.
What?
Simply running away.
That's insane.
Simply running away meant resigning yourself to looking over your shoulder the rest of your life. The organization had eyes everywhere. Anyone who wanted true freedom was better off waiting for the chance to turn their partner in. There was another problem too. The worst of the worst would actually fabricate proof of their partner's betrayal in an effort to earn their own freedom. Thus, the person you needed to regard most cautiously was not an enemy you'd face on any mission, but the partner who was always at your side. You needed to entertain and accept the notion that you could be betrayed at any time. Members did not turn their backs on the organization. This was an absolute requirement for survival, and a lesson I learned very early on through personal experience. 3 years ago, I tried to escape. Well, I suppose it was more we than I. At that time, I was partnered with another
Hello
boy,
there.
one known as Ace of Swords. A hundred Kirino.
Hey Kirino.
Ace was a year my senior, and he was a pretty good guy. We got along well enough, and he quickly grew into an older brother figure for me. He wielded a giant sword with ease, one as long as he was tall. and he used it both to destroy our enemies and protect me. He really was an A.
Hold. We have Rue. Let's see if we can understand Rue. Finally.
Oh.
Acquired. Rue Moon Christ. Christ? Damn it, we cannot. Really?
How dare.
Never expected to see a Rue in a place like this. And those horns. It seems like your kind was transformed into demons by poisonous gases outside. Why can't I understand it? It makes no sense. I'm a demon too. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you're saying. A cursed sacred beast, though. We're not all that different, you and I. Give him food. I suppose you're hungry, then. I get it. Hunger is a language we all speak. Come to think of it, I did pick up that Ruta fruit earlier. Yes, feed the Roo. Oh well, piece of courtier. Who sharpens my weapon if it's not Rue? Oh wait, there we go. My claws are sharpened. Okay. Ruta is a fascinating metal indeed. I can feel its energy coursing through my claws. Still, I'm surprised to see the sacred beasts have retained their abilities to work even after all this has happened. I guess they're hanging on even harder than I am. Well, don't mind me. It's a wonderful gift. I shall prove it. It should prove most helpful. Thank you. All right. Sorry, you can continue. Now that we know Rue no longer, we no understand Rue.
We no understand.
I'm sad. I was kind of hoping that Toa would understand Rue.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. No.
Alright, we'll see. Oh yeah, he really was an ace when it came to battle. In that sense, his name couldn't have been more appropriate. One thing Ace and I shared was contempt for the murders we were forced to perform. I can't remember how the idea of escaping the organization came up initially, but I do recall that neither of us objected to it. As I mentioned, the system was set up to prevent individual members from betraying the organization, as they could be sold out by their partners. We figured the best way around that was simply work together and escape the organization as a team. With our objective decided on, we began planning in earnest. We quickly decided that we need to execute our plan as far away from other pairs of assassins employed by the organization. The first part of our plan went well enough. We entered Erebonia, thinking that its considerable distance from our normal area of operations meant we could enjoy a certain degree of safety. There was a severe misjudgment on our part though. The organization had eyes there as well.
Oh, we have a cutscene. Who's there? Kishko? Oh. Nope. Friendo! Oh, we're gonna fight all our friends, damn it. We're not gonna fight demons. I don't believe I've seen you before. Who are you? There should be no one else on the surface aside from our search party. Wait. Long time no see, Galleon. Not since the War Council meeting in the night before Solomon's Shrine was lifted into the sky, I believe. No, it can't be. Whole fact? You're alive? Why the hell didn't you try and contacting us to let us know? Not that there are really any means for you to do so, I suppose, once the shrine was airborne. Still, it's amazing that you've been able to survive all that's happened. Tell me, is Commander Toval with us as well? No. The commander is dead. Sorry to hear that. But you're alive, and that's cause enough for a celebration. Though, honestly, I can't imagine what's going on through your heads for the two of you to steal off like that. Oh? I'm sorry, Galleon. But I have no intention of catching up with on old times with you here. I don't understand. Tell me. What happened to your armor? Why are you dressed like that? And where's your Cetra sword? I discarded both my armor and my sword, as they proved to be little use against the demons. But even if that weren't the case, I'd still find this style of dress more suited to my current situation. Your current situation? From beyond the borders of Ys, a group of sorcerers has been drawn here, practitioners of dark magic. They are capable of exercising control over demons, and have used that power to overrun the land. They call themselves Darklings. And my current situation is that I'm working with them. Wait. Are you telling me that the demons who attacked Ys were controlled by some outside influence? And you're helping them? How am I supposed to believe that? Sorry to disappoint you, but I speak the truth. I am now the enemy of Ys itself. In fact, you've caught me right in the middle of a mission to apprehend the goddesses, who are somewhere in this very tower. You're joking. You're not joking, are you? Tell me why. Why would you do this? When I fell in battle against the demons, Darklings captured me. They invited me into their ranks, offering me a fragment of demonic power to call my own. I accepted that offer, and served as a loyal devoted member of those ranks. No outside influence forces my hand. I have every intention of capturing the goddesses. And what do you intend to do with them if you succeed? Me, personally? I'll simply hand them over to the others. Hadn't been told what will happen to them after that. All I can say for certain is that they've served their purpose. They'll be released. And then the Darklings will pull out of Ys entirely, it seems. Leaving the goddesses in my care, to do with as I wish? Oh, you bastard! I could let you have whatever's left of them, if you'd like. Oh! Though, only if you take an demonic element of your own and join me in this venture. Silence! Never thought the great Toel fact could sink this low. We were comrades in arms. We were even friends, but no more. Your life ends here, traitor. Oh boy. Ah!
Damn.
Damn. He's health is so low. I'm sorry. Ow, 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 ow. He's dead. I just realized that I almost died there. Whoops. How is this possible? As you can see, I'm faster now than I ever was before my improvements. And my speed is only growing with time. You should never take an opponent what? You should never take on an opponent assuming his skill is unchanged from years before. Alright. You win this round. But we're not through. Whee! Bear this in mind, Toel. I absolutely will not accept this change in you. One way or another, I will make you remember who you truly are. Ever the upstanding citizen. I'm sure he makes for a fine commander, or substitute commander at any rate. The search party has likely regrouped by now, which means I need to keep moving. Okay, you can go back to reading for us. Sorry.
I'll be right back. Give me a sec and I'll continue.
Okay. Letter ring. What the fuck is that? What is accessory? Ooh. Lowers defense but boosts strength? Sure. My strength is 69. Hey.
Nice. Oh god. Overjumped it. There we go. Give me level. I'm almost leveled up. Oh, bats.
Goddamn bat. I know that there's a
Alright,
door
I'm back.
here. Hucklebeak.
Income. Let's see, where was I? Mm,
Oh my god, these stupid bats. There we go.
Alright. So they made it to Arabonia, said it was a mistake, and then there was a severe misjudgment on our part there. The organization had eyes there as well. We were approached by other pairs of assassins twice, and both times ended with combat. We managed to fend them off, however. Ace and I were partners for a reason, and we fought well together. I'm slowly to see a Zack and Cloud.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it sounds like a Zack and Cloud
Yeah.
situation.
And then because the second you said Ace had a long sword, I'm just like, Zack.
Yeah. Ugh. Oh, this is... Yes. The energy of those demons has tipped the scales in my favor. Oh boy. Ah! Oh yeah, look at us going demon form. Woo! So much demonic element within me has finally bloomed. What an incredible power. For a moment, I felt as if it might consume me altogether. And I think I can keep it under control. You learned how to transform into demon, true boost! Thanks, game. Okay, activation. Boosted. Right. So, with this, what it truly means to ally oneself with demons. I should have no trouble getting through that teleportation trap now. Once I enter the room, I simply transform again. Okay.
Good to know, buddy.
Okay. He seemed very happy that he could transform into a demon. So happy.
I mean, I wonder why.
I mean, this is actually kind of fun playing the bad guy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, anyway, the third time, however, it was the Overseer that paid us a visit. To say that his power was overwhelming wouldn't do it justice. It was like trying to fight a force of nature. We barely managed to escape with our lives, suffering heavy wounds in the process. With nowhere else to go, we huddled together in a cave, cautious of the fact that our next encounter with the Overseer would surely be our last.
Yep.
There was nothing more to be said. Oh,
Alright. Seems I have done it. I have done it. I must admit, I'm impressed by the sophistry of this trap. It would seem the Darklings command some rather powerful magic indeed. Uh-oh. Who's there? Yumika? Yep. Am I fighting Yumika now? Oh no.
oh no.
Oh no. Well, what have we here? Who are you? And how did you change your appearance like that? You saw that, did you? Still, isn't it proper to introduce oneself before interrogating someone else? Yes? My name is Yumika. Yumika Tova. What? You're Commander Tova's daughter, then? You know my dad? You could say that. But more to the point, why would a little girl like you, get sent down to a dangerous place like this? One really must wonder what goes through the heads of those six priests sometimes. I told you my name, so how about you answer my question? My questions? Questions? You seem to know a lot about what's going on here, which just makes me all the more curious who you are. And if you know anything about what happened to my dad... Oh no. I suggest you ask Galleon about me. I'm sure he'll tell you all you'd care to know. Commander? As for your father, he's dead. So, the demons did get him? No. He is far too strong for a mere demon to take him down. As it so happens, he's lost his life in a duel. I believe to Kishko. Kishko killed him, right? A duel? Against another person? Who was it? Who was fighting? Don't tell me it was you. And what if it was? I don't think it was. I thought it was Kishko, but maybe I'm wrong? Misremembering that? I can't speak. If you keep wandering around this tower, you'll meet the same fate as your old man. So be a good little girl and go back to Solomon's Shrine, will you? How dare you? How dare you hurt my dad? Meanie pants? Stop this. You'll never be able to touch me with skills like that. Shut up! Shut up! I may not be able to use magic, but I have to avenge him. Really don't want to come to this. Whoa! Hey, she's using the things. Bam! Whacked her in the head.
Damn.
Dad. Idiot Rhea. Idiot Fenna. She's out cold. The commander's daughter is older than I'd expected. I thought her be a little more than an aristocrat. Eh?
Adolescence.
Oh, adolescence. Sorry. Yeah, I can't read. English is a English
is
hard.
a hell of a language.
Her life is not in danger. Time she will awaken. And I'd best move on before she does. I don't think you killed her dad. I think it was Kishko, but I'm not entirely too sure. I don't remember. It's been a while. Hey, I leveled up. Yes, give me levels. More power. I look forward to fighting Hugo. That's gonna be fun. Okay. You can go back to reading now, I think. You'll be safe.
Alright. There was nothing more to be said about the situation, and for what felt like an eternity, we passed the time in silence. Hey Ace. I began speaking, believing that it would be the last conversation we'd ever have. What's up, buddy? I just want to say that, all things considered, I think everything could have went a lot worse. What's that supposed to mean? He struggled through the pain to force a little smirk at my comment. Don't get me wrong, I have plenty of regrets, but still. Ace waited in silence for me to continue. Being by your side all this time, well, it made my life so much better.
Aw.
Ace? And even if we're fated to meet our death here, it's a million times better than spending a lifetime as just another tool. The fire flickered. Our shadows danced on the cave wall. Finally, Ace broke the silence, his voice a mere whisper. 3. Thanks for everything, man. You too, Ace. Thank you. I had said what I needed to say. I felt that if our opponent were to arrive at that moment, I'd at least be able to give my whole soul to the battle. But then, if that's how you feel, Ace started. Suddenly, the ambience in the cave completely shifted. Like some horrible hallucination. Okay, yeah, I was wrong about the whole Ace, Zack and Cloud thing.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna try and kill the dude, isn't he?
Oh, that's no. Slightly worse.
Oh boy.
Suddenly, the ambience in the cave completely shifted, like some horrible hallucination. Ace's icy voice pierced through me, chilling me to the bone. Then die, buddy. Die for me.
Oh.
My first
Betrayal.
reaction was slightly like no,
Betrayal.
I'm ready to kill him, but goddamn. The amount of plot twists in this story, just in chapter 1.
Yeah.
Literally, this is chapter 1. What is going on?
This is not chapter 1. This is chapter 4, isn't it? Or 5. Or some shit.
No, the plot twist. We were feeling sorry for him, and
Yeah, I
then we
know.
don't. And then now we feel sorry for him again.
No, yeah.
Life.
Twists and turns. They be like that sometimes.
Yeah, it will be. Anyway, my first reaction was slight confusion. I actually interpreted it as a clumsy way of saying that we would face our death together. Okay, yeah, no.
Oh, this looks
I
like
did-
Kaz's work. Guessing it's a key. Drop.
Bro, that reminds me of a horror game. Like, he literally went into the cage and then looked for something, and then the creature came and killed him from behind from the cage. He didn't close the door. Oh, that looks so good. My first reaction was slight confusion. I actually interpreted it as a clumsy way of saying that we face our death together. I turned to face him, just to clarify. But what I saw next was Ace's massive sword speeding down towards my head. I immediately dodged his strike, and the ground where I had been laying only a moment ago had been shattered into rubble. Ace, what are you doing? I cried. You can't figure it out on your own? Have you forgotten the final rule of those who betray the organization? The final rule. I hadn't forgotten it. I simply haven't given it much thought. But everything clicked into place then. When two partners betray the organization, the only way for one of them to gain its forgiveness was to kill their partner and present the organization with the corpse. The idea behind this rule was to force escapees into a sense of desperation and then push them into killing each other, taking care of the problem so the organization didn't have to. To my absolute shock, this was precisely what Ace was trying to do. I understand what was happening, but all I could do was ask why over and over. Ace, why are you doing this? You know, buddy, becoming partners with you was the only bit of luck I've had in my whole goddess damn life. I really did want to be free together, to get our humanity back together. Then why are you? Because I need to survive, he said, his voice dripping with desperation. I can't die like this. Screaming wildly, Ace swung his sword at me again. The same sword, had been used to save my life more times than I could count was now being used in an attempt to end it. Just die, he screamed. I tried to scream back, but a horrible knot in my stomach and the storm of emotions in my heart until that the only thing that could come out of my mouth was a meaningless wobble as I met his sword with my own. Engulfed in despair, I surrendered control to my instincts and engaged this enemy in combat as I would any other. I don't clearly remember what happened from there. All I know is that I was overtaken by rage and sadness and became a slashing, screaming monster. I was finally brought to my senses by the sound of A's body collapsing to the ground.
Damn.
That's how I managed to survive. How I won back my position as one of the organization's tool. And that's where I've been ever since. Our escape was a deadly failure that laid bare my inadequacy. I still haven't given up on winning back my humanity. But I'll be damned if I was going to trust anyone else ever again. So they continue.
This poor guy.
Life.
I know. I had a feeling he was gonna get betrayed, though. Sorry, I saw it coming like a mile away. Is that the end of the, is that the end of the chapter?
Yeah. There's no way that like him telling the story he wouldn't have been like betrayed, because like how else was he gonna like come back to the organization, and then like this is the only mention of Ace.
I imagine that he'll probably be mentioned in Reverie at some point, though. Like as backstory.
Like a flashback.
Yeah, flashback.
Alright, chapter 5, The Overseer and the Report. Oh.
Before you start it, let's see if there's a cutscene before I have to fight this boss. I imagine there might be. Yeah, there might be.
Yep.
I don't know who I'm fighting, though. Oh no!
Brother Dearest.
Isn't it the yeast demon thing? This room. Looks like it's been set up to house one of the Zelfa's larger guardian pets. Yep. It's this dude again. So, this is one of the 6 great demons that besieged Ys. Well, I'm afraid you've met it's met its match. I can feel its power electrifying the room, but soon that power will be mine! Oh boy. Okay.
It's still disgusting.
It is very disgusting.
Yeah, I cannot like that motion, that wiggling motion. Ugh. No. This is no. Unacceptable. The town was practically empty, and the first rays of dawn were only just beginning to pierce the dark sky above.
Oh, damn it.
Stepping out of the inn, 3 inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the chilly air in an effort to dispel his drowsiness. The town, known as Luzent, was located on the border of Calvert and Remiferia. 3 and 9 would often undertake missions in both countries, making the centrally located town a perfect base of operations. East of the town was an official border crossing into Calvert. In stark contrast, westward lay a mountain road known only to a select few. It was a treacherous path, to be sure, but also one that facilitated entry into the Republic without the need to go through the official channels. 3 headed to the designated rendezvous point, a small hill surrounded by a weathered boulder. The site was deep in the mountain and therefore free of unwanted eyes. There, he found a black silhouette waiting for him. It was a man hidden in shadow, wrapped in a tattered black cloak that obscured his face and body both. Despite his bit ragged attire, his presence had an insurmountable weight to it, instilling a primal sort of fear into any who laid eyes on him. "I'm here to make my report," said he. In response, the cloaked figure uttered only a single word: "Speak." This man, known as the Overseer, was one of the higher-ranking members of the organization. He was given the name of Emperor from the Major Arcana, and those who served under him referred to him simply as the Overseer. As his title suggested, he watched over Chi and the rest of the organization's tour. He was the one who provided missions, instructions, and received the report. We relayed the details of the Howder mission to the Overseer. As he finished, the man spoke again. "Next. Right, regarding Nine of Swords. As part of their debriefing, every member was required to report on their partner's activities. Each of the pair would separately describe what they did and what they observed their partner doing. Even the slightest discrepancy between the pair's reports were regarded with suspicion. The objective behind this requirement was to instill them with fear that any plot they may hatch to betray the organization would swiftly make its way to the ears of their superior. That is all," he said as he finished his report. "Very well," the Overseer said. "You'll be contacted with instructions for your next mission once they are ready." "Understood." We turned to head back to town, but as he did, the Overseer spoke again. It was a little more than a whisper, but it was delivered with a weight that froze 3 in its tracks. "Stop." Tree slowly turned around to face the Overseer. As always, his dark hood completely covered his face. "It's been 3 years now. You haven't been making any more plans, have you?" Tree felt a sudden chill shoot down his spine. The Overseer's suffocating gaze was laced with a powerful malice. There was no need for Tree to ask for clarification. He knew the Overseer was talking about his escape attempt 2 years prior. The Emperor had personally conducted many of the organization's search of runaway members. As their very lives became threatened, many lower-ranking members would find themselves overwhelmed by fear, rendering them powerless before the merciless Emperor. Thus, even within the organization, a cruel place in its own right, the Emperor had earned himself a reputation for his savagery. He was also the very same man who had tracked down Free and Ace during their escape attempt. Had he already picked up on Fifi's sentence too? No. He found the thought absurd. He found the thought absurd. He had taken every step with the utmost care and prudence. Further, if the Emperor had obtained some proof of Free's wrongdoing, the young assassin would already be dead. This was a test. If Free wavered here, even in the slightest, oh no,
Don't worry about it.
It would mean his end. "I will never again attempt something so foolish. I'm a tool of the organization, nothing more. My sole purpose is to take the life of my targets." The way he cast his eyes, his calculated and practiced manner of speech, his natural breathing patterns, Free had pulled it off to perfection. Silence hung heavy in the air between them for a moment. Finally, the Emperor spoke. "I do hope that is the case." The murderous presence faded from the air, as did the tension that had been building in Free's chest. "There are certain expectations riding on your shoulders," the Emperor said. "I'll fully devote myself to meeting them," Free said in the same practiced tone. He moved once more to return to town and was not stopped this time. He bought it. Back to his inn room, Free let out a sigh of relief as he collapsed into his bed. Nothing had really happened during his exchange with the Overseer. But nonetheless, he felt completely drained. Without exception, each interaction he had with the Overseer was psychologically exhausting. This was to be expected, however, as he was, indeed, hiding his true intention from the organization. In truth, Free had been planning a second escape attempt. The past 3 years had been grueling, but did nothing to quench his fervent desire for freedom. If anything, his resolve to reclaim his humanity had only grown stronger by the day. However, each day also saw his blood-drenched hands growing yet heavier with sin. He was a mere tool, a human in physical form only. What few shreds of humanity still remained in his heart, he feared would be forever lost before much longer. Each new day that dawned could be the day that he finally slipped away into being a little more than a device. One whose only function was assassination. Put simply, a cold-hearted monster that was the terrifying creature he dreaded above all. I absolutely need to succeed this time. I need to get out. His plan had two requirements he absolutely needed to meet his order to succeed. First off, he needed to avoid a direct confrontation with the Overseer. Second, Nine could not find out about his plan, regardless of their partnership. He had to be careful to avoid even giving the impression that he longed for freedom. Of course, this meant that Tree would be forced to abandon Nine, someone who had fought at his side through countless life or death situations. The girl was even younger than he was, but for all her genius, there seemed to be something off about her. Nonetheless, whenever Tree thought about the moment he would pull the trigger and finally put his plan in motion, he always felt a strange sensation welling up inside him. Strangely enough, it was a desperate urge to fill her in. There were a number of times where Tree had tried, actually. Before he could even get the first word out, however, memories of Ace Sword speeding down towards him would flash through his mind. In the end, he always remained silent. I can't take this anymore. I can't let my scars define me. I know what I have to do. There's no other way. Tree shook off the thoughts plagued with him and returned his focus to preparing for his escape. The only person I can trust is myself. The rest of the day went by quickly, and before long, dusk began to settle on the town. The day saw Tree's diligence pay off at last. His final preparation had gone as smoothly as he could have hoped for. The time had finally arrived. He would set his plan into motion that night. Once Nine fell asleep, he would leave town via the mountain road. Once in Calvert, he would be traveling by car, and he had already arranged for a rental to take him up north to a certain city. Once he arrived, he'll promptly set off for Liberal via one of the international airship routes that would regularly departed from the city. He'll stay for a night or two in Liberal, or perhaps head over to Le Mans. In any case, he needed to get away as far as possible from his current location. He may have been in the lowest rung of the organization and had little idea of what went on among its upper echelons, but he was determined to show them that he was capable of casting off the shackles that had bound him with. His rising determination was interrupted by a crow flying into the room. He made a few circles in the air before landing on the
crows.
table. Crow, never leaving any man alone. He's about to scam this one too.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What the? Taking a closer look at the bird, Tree noticed a specific crest adorning one of its legs. As he did, his face twisted into a grimace. It could only mean one thing. This was the method the Overseer used to communicate. Now? He wants to meet now? It hadn't even been an entire day since Tree had delivered his report. The briefing of the next mission, maybe? Even as he said the words, he was gripped by an indescribable sense of dread and anxiety. However much he wanted to simply ignore the summons, it was not a luxury he could afford. The only chance his plan had of succeeding was if he was able to put a good amount of distance between himself and his would-be pursuer before the Overseer realized what had happened. Were free to ignore a direct order, however, the organization would immediately recognize it as an act of rebellion, one that would inevitably lead to his death. Mentally preparing himself for another encounter, one he could not avoid, Tree set out for the meeting location. The rendezvous point was the foot of a small hill deep within the mountain. The same site he had been just that morning, in fact. There remained no trace of the ominous eerie stillness that pervaded the place before, however. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, the weathered boulders seemed wreathed in brilliant flame from a distance. Tree arrived to find two figures already waiting for him. the first of the overseer, draped in the same tattered robe as before. The thought occurred to Free that it made the man look more the part of a hermit arcana rather than the emperor. At the man's side stood a young girl carrying a large stuffed bear, 9. Her attire was more or less the same as what she wore on the Haldor mission, with a few alterations to make it more functional and mobile. Her presence there did not cause any alarm for Three. After all, if they had been called to be free for the next mission, it was only natural she was summoned as well.
Think demon mode will let me speak to Rue? I'll try it.
Oh, maybe.
Nihon Falcom Corporation. Sorry, Clariot.
No worries. Oh my god. Something felt different, however. Three couldn't put his finger on why, but anxiety began gripping his chest. So you've arrived, the overseer said as Three approached. Yes. What is my task? The initial exchange was the same as it always was. What happened after, however, was decidedly not. Make your appeal. My appeal? He said slowly, the anxiety in his chest rising. I received a report detailing your treachery from 9 o'clock. I don't... He stammered. He was at an utter loss for words. He calculated each and every outcome that could potentially happen. Going over the steps in his head time and again, and the absolute worst one was possibly now playing right before his eyes. A wave of despair washed over him. Could this really be happening again? Had 9 betrayed him just like this? It wasn't possible, he thought. He hadn't told her a thing. He knew that their relationship was strictly professional, and he could not, under any circumstances, trust her. That was just how partnerships in the organization work. How could she have known? It didn't make any sense. There has to be some kind of mistake. He attempted to defend himself, knowing full well it was a futile endeavor. You can't talk yourself out of this as... No. Free or thought. 9 finally spoke, and her usual sleepy demeanor was now nowhere to be found. Instead, her voice was crisp, her eyes alert. She removed a scrap of paper from within her bag and showed it to Free. This is a ticket to an airship voyage to Libra. The one you booked for noon tomorrow. Free felt the ground fall out from under him. Amidst his shock, a small part of him wanted to yell out that the ticket was fake, that he had the real ticket. But to do so would be tantamount to suicide. 9 continued speaking, as though directly responding to his unspoken questions. The ticket you have in your possession is counterfeit. I swapped it for the genuine one while you weren't paying attention. Fresh from completing a mission that utilizes this very same kind of forgery, Three found himself the victim of the exact same trick. By the way, the name you used to acquire this ticket was Ryan Faulkner, student of Janice Royal Academy, correct? 9 continued. That's the same name you used for your false ID on one of our missions last year. That would mean you've been planning this for quite some time, wouldn't it? Despite the immediate threat to his life, Free couldn't help but admire 9's genius, strangely enough. Free decided he wouldn't even try to come up with an excuse. 9 had clearly seen right through his plan. He's seen right into his mind, really. There was just one part he didn't understand. Even if it was her duty to sell him out like this, even if she was a genius, he had been so cautious and prudent in every step of his plan, yet it all had been laid bare, seemingly without a trace of effort. How the hell had it happened? I take the expression to mean you're trying to puzzle out just how your entire plan was exposed, 9 said, a slight smile playing at the corner of her lips. It was clear to Three she was toying with him now, mocking him. You do realize I've been watching you the whole time we've been partners, right? You've been my only target right from day one. Her tone was merciless, her words dripping with thinly marked venom. Yes, I've been working with me, inspecting, observing. The only challenge was remaining patient as I waited for it to slip up and finally show a true color. It's been that way since the moment I became a partner. Tree struggled to wrap his mind around what Nine was saying. The fact is, you did attempt to betray the organization, but even if you hadn't, I would have falsified whatever I needed in order to ensure your demise. She continued to speak, leaving nothing unsaid, despite the overseer's presence. With each word, Bree felt more and more baffled. He could understand her observing him to the degree that her job required. But where was this malicious hatred of hers coming from? She felt this way from the start. Why? The overseer, who had been silent for some time, let out a low, derisive laugh. I take it you still haven't figured it out. Who she is, Emmy. Bree could not, for the life of him, figure out what this was supposed to mean. He looked over at Nine, searching for some sort of clue. All he was met with, however, was a glare of pure hatred, one that made him shudder in fear. He had never seen her look that way before. I think I know where this is going.
Do
Do you
you?
wanna guess? Yeah. I think I know.
You think?
For her to hate him so quickly, like since day one, I think I know.
Mm-hmm.
You wanna guess? I think
No.
it's quite obvious too.
I'm good.
Do you remember Ace of Sword, your former partner? She began, before her voice gained a measured, deadly weight to it. The one you murdered. He was my brother.
Ugh. Wow.
Is it really his fault though? Like fucking Ace wanted to murder him too, okay?
Yeah, I was like, uh-huh. I'm not gonna feel bad about defending myself.
Yeah, I'm not gonna feel bad. I'm sorry. I still feel bad for okay, you know what? I'm going back to step one, I feel bad for him. I think okay, then it just makes chapter 1 so much more sadder because I think she was genuinely like making him suffer.
Mm-hmm.
Three's world began spinning. He started to feel violently ill. His senses dulled. His mind went blank. It became hard to breathe, as though he was being pulled to the bottom of the sea. The air crushed out of his lungs by its unrelenting pressure. Now, after all this time, I can finally avenge his murder. Three barely heard Nine's word as he head swam with thought. Ace was Nine's brother. She had known everything from the start. She had been biding her time, hiding her true identity from the start. No, hiding her true intention from the start. Always keeping a watchful eye for a suitable opportunity to arise, an opportunity to claim her vengeance. Three stood there dumbfounded, as though he had lost the ability to speak entirely. I see no need for you to stutter to cruel an excuse, the overseer said, reading the shock clearly written across his face. We have all the facts we need. You'll be purged from the organization. As per our rule, your partner, Nine of Swords, will now end your life. Hearing the overseer's words, Nine stepped forward. If you wish for assistance in this task, he said, turning to her, you will not be penalized. The reward will remain the same. The only condition is, you will be the one to deliver the final blow. Once you have eliminated him, your obligation will be clear. Though I admit, the idea of building such a talent suits me. The reward, the right to one's freedom, gained by uncovering and then executing a partner who had betrayed the organization. The yearning for this freedom had dominated Tree's existence for years, and now Nine would be the one to gain it in exchange for his life. Allow me the honor of doing it alone, he responded. I will avenge my brother's death with my own. She took another step forward, producing a number of poison pills from inside her bag. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged at Tree. He instinctively drew his sword and battled the needle out of the air. The combat tactics that had been drilled into him dictated he closed the distance between them, yet he didn't take so much as a single step. His parry was purely reflexive, programmed into his mind through years of combat. He had no intention of truly fighting back. Perhaps it was partially because he didn't want to hurt her. More than anything, however, it was because he knew there was no point in resisting. Even if he did manage to best 9, he would need to take on the Emperor afterward. And he knew that that was a battle he had no chance of winning. So he simply accepted his fate was to die here, and then there was nothing he could do to change it. 9 pulled out roughly twice as many needles as before and again launched them at her former partner. In response, he automatically drew his short sword and used both blades to swiftly deflect them. In Free's mind, the thought slowly began to sink in. This was his retribution for killing Ace. 9 leapt at him, closing the distance, and began attacking with an even greater intensity. Someone like me, he thought. Someone who slaughters a friend to preserve his own life doesn't deserve freedom. Someone like me doesn't even deserve to live.
Aww.
9 continued her assault, attacking with both her needles and her wires. Were this an ordinary situation, there was no chance she would be a match for 3 in close quarter fights. However, his heart was not in the battle, causing a significant shift in the balance of power in the fight. Eventually, 9 managed to decisively gain the upper hand, successfully looping her wire around 3's neck.
Ow.
I'll die for her vengeance, he thought. Maybe that's the only outcome that makes sense. Maybe that's the end I deserve. 9 carefully moved her fingers and the steel collar pattern around 3's neck. This is the end, she said in the flat, rigid tone. 3 knew what would happen next. He closed his eyes, choosing to await his end in silence. But the cold embrace of death did not come. To be continued.
What? What kind of cliffhanger is this? I'm so invested. Stupid book cliffhanging us.
Oh, there was a. Would you like me to continue?
Yeah, I'd love you to continue.
I'm so sad. There's no more pictures.
Aw.
There's actually no more pictures. Like it's only until like chapter 2.
Yeah,
Life.
life is unfair.
Yeah.
They should just make these stories into a manga and sell them, please.
Oh, it'll be so sweet.
It would be so good. And then make it into an anime so that we can watch it.
I wish. I would take this. Not gonna lie, I would take this over the Northern War just because I'm so disappointed of how little there is. Alright. Chapter 6 9 of Swords.
Ow. Stupid bat.
My mother died soon after I was born. From that point, it was just me, my older brother, and our dad. As far as I can remember, my dad was a monster. He took the mirror Mom left us and used it entirely for himself, spending each day drinking it away. He made no effort to put it to good use, to do anything that might help our family. And when he was in a bad mood, what little safe haven we had was violently wrested away. My brother acted more like a parent to me than Dad ever did. Whether at home or out somewhere else, he always protected me. I really hated that house, but I always felt like it was bearable when he was there by my side. Those days did not last for long, however. I was still quite young when the household ran out of money and Dad decided to put us to work. There wasn't many options for a child to earn like Mira though, and even between brother and I, our income barely made us scratch in the mounting debt. One day, my brother vanished, and Dad announced that he let him spread his wings. In another word, he had abandoned him. It was at that point that I stopped thinking of that monster as my family. Even in such an awful situation, I still held on to the idea that my brother would come back to me one day. That meant my only option was to stay there until he did. 3 years later, I finally received a letter from him. He wrote that he was in a miserable place, but that he was managing to stay alive. I was able to send him a reply via the same method, failed to have a connection with him once again. I eventually found out he was forced to work as a killer for a shadowy society called the Organization. The things he said he had to do were awful, inhuman. Just from reading his words, I could feel his pain as though he was my own. He said that the organization was nightmarishly strict and that it was only thanks to his partner that he was able to send me letters in the first place. My brother wrote a lot about his partner, describing him as a true friend, almost like a younger brother. This was the only topic where I saw his writing soften, where he seemed happy. Naturally, I found myself wanting to meet this person. But that was impossible and I knew it. I couldn't even meet with my own sibling, let alone his partner in some secret assassin cabal. We continued exchanging letters like this for some time, but even that came to an end. The household ran out of Mira again, and I knew what was coming. I could tell it was soon to be my turn to leave. I wrote my brother telling him as much. He wrote back telling me that he and his partner had decided to escape the organization. I could sense from his words just how resolved he was to do it. He followed his declaration with a promise to come for me, to get me out of that hellhole of him. What followed, however, at the very end of his letter was a grim note. If this escape somehow ends in failure, I'm going to prioritize my partner's life over my own. If it comes down to it, I'll sacrifice everything to make sure he at least get out of here. You can trust him. If anything happens, you can rely on him to help. Okay, what the fuck? Let's get another plot twist.
There's so many plot twists. It's Trails. What do you expect?
That is very true. I'm just expecting cover is just plot twist after plot twist after plot twist, even after this. That was the last letter I received from him. In the end, he never came back for me, and our dad kicked me out, just as I thought he would. He had become a slovenly mess. From the look of it, he had gotten himself addicted to some especially nasty substances. The kind that tend to quickly drain one's finances. Pretty sure that's almost every single drugs, but okay. I knew they were destroying him physically as well, and I stopped caring long ago. I had gone with that disgusting scumbag. I was done with the disgusting scumbag I once called my dad. I used an intermediary to secure an opportunity to join the organization. It was right as I was entering training that I learned of my brother's death. I was told he was killed by his own partner. It was then my world began to fall apart. I threw myself headlong into my training, not thinking of anything else. I was distraught and trying to escape reality however I could. I ignored everyone around me, and even myself. I let my soul slip into hibernation and fully assumed the role of one of the organization's tools. During the day, I would follow orders, not thinking for myself. But then night would come, and I had nothing to distract me. My mind would be tormented by thoughts of my brother's passing. The realization that I was now truly alone in the world shook me, as did the notion that my hands would soon be irreversibly stained with blood. Once the fear set in, there was no escaping it, and I gradually lost the ability to sleep properly. The body does have a limit, of course, and I eventually fall unconscious for about an hour or two. Oh no, an hour and night. 2 if I was really lucky, but it wasn't sleep, not really. It was far too shallow for me to physically or mentally recover much. And what little rest I did get was plagued with nightmares. Even after I had woken up, those bizarre horrid sensations remained. A year passed like this, with no improvement whatsoever. Despite that, I was able to graduate from the factory at an exceptionally fast pace. That was when I finally had a chance to meet him. The boy who had fought alongside my brother and his partner. He had just finished his own re-education, a consequence of betraying the organization. As fate would have it, we were assigned as partners. He was the one who had stolen my brother from me, so I was resolved to despise him from the moment we met. I quietly kept an eye on him, observing each and every one of his movements. Before long though, something unexpected happened. Perhaps all of my pent-up fear and exhaustion had finally boiled over. Perhaps it was just my instinct telling me the truth I had been ignoring. Whatever the reason, one day we were all on a mission and I found myself able to sleep when I was next to him. I mean, actually sleep. Deeply and soundly, for the first time in an entire year. There was something about his presence that gave me a sense of security. It wasn't unlike how I remembered feeling being next to my brother, strangely enough. When I woke up from this much needed rest, so many things came rushing back. Suddenly, without warning, I found myself bawling. And as those tears came pouring out, the chains that had sealed away my heart slowly began to loosen. I started feeling human again. I could feel my emotions for the first time in what felt like an eternity. As soon as he saw me crying, the boy quickly came over to console me. But that just made me sob harder. I quickly discovered my new partner really was the person my brother wrote so fondly about. Blunt and a little awkward, but overall a deeply kind person and a very thoughtful partner. Despite being shackled to the organization and forced to kill for years, he had yet to fully surrender his humanity. He didn't seem to be bearing a great sorrow. One far more intense than anything my brother had described. I could tell he wasn't the kind of person capable of betraying and burdening a friend to ensure his own survival. Given my brother's letter, it wasn't hard to work out what really happened. After making their escape, the two were back into a corner and their prospect were grim. Rather than both of them being killed, it was better that at least one of them survived. The only way for that to happen was for one of them to kill the other, to gain forgiveness in the eyes of the organization. My brother knew his partner would reject the idea outright, and that even if he did accept, he would insist on playing the part of the sacrifice. I was absolutely sure that much. That's why my brother ended up feigning betrayal in order to get his partner to fight back and ultimately kill him. It was a plan that would spare his partner's life, but also deeply scar him in only the way an unexpected betrayal would. From that point on, being near him was the only way I was able to feel secure enough to sleep. And sleep I did, every chance I got. Midday, during our missions. If there was an even slightest opportunity, I was out like a light. After all, I needed to catch up the year of rest I had been robbed of. It was a truly surprising turn of events for me, to say the least. I soon learned the boy was tormented by constant nightmares. I imagine the incident with my brother played a big role. There were so many moments where I saw how he was suffering and wanted to tell him the truth. But I would always stop myself at the last moment, telling myself time was enough.
You alright?
Yeah, my nose is running.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah, I am. Our missions are
Stupid bats.
Our missions occasionally called for performances of a sort to deceive onlookers. He was always pretty terrible at it. It was hard to say why exactly that was though. His movements were fine enough, as were his facial expressions. The factory emphasized all those things in its teaching, so he had received ample instruction there. It was just that he always seemed to overdo things, or drastically underdo them. I wonder if it may have something to do with the unshakable seriousness he always seemed to have about him. It could be a real problem sometimes, even to the point where he would become more of a liability than an asset. Any onlooker with half a brain would be able to tell something was less than genuine about his performances. I came to the conclusion that he was just naturally bad at deceiving others. That's why I had to keep my plans from him, to prevent his terrible poker face from giving us away. He's been earnestly working on his escape for a long time. I, of course, understood the immense difficulty of his task, and why he had to keep to himself about it. He was in a precautious position. Given that the organization still had its doubts about him, I wasn't about to do anything to put him at risk, of course. But his shaky acting alone will put him at risk, of course. And it will lead to the organization seeing through his carefully laid scheme. If that happened, it would be the end of him, no question about it. The situation hadn't quite reached that point yet. But I knew it was only a matter of time before it did. After the Haldor-bound mission had wrapped up, I went to make my report. The man I reported to had an aura unlike anything I felt. He was the evil bastard who managed to kill us, the organization's overseer, the Emperor. He was the one forcing us to kill. His face was always obscured by rope, but it failed to mask the malice that overflowed from him. That day, he had acquired deadly exuberance about him, like a hawk that had locked onto its prey. There was no mistaking it. I knew he had caught on to my secret. He knew he intended to play the organization again. I knew he would gleefully hurt him when the time came, and that time was getting closer with each passing day. If that's how things was going to be, I told myself, I would just have to get ahead of them and put my own plans into motion. The Emperor's intention was obvious. Aware of the cruel history my partner and I shared, he had made us partner in a bid to slowly push me towards revenge. He knew I would eventually break and sell my partner, forcing him to go through another bitter betrayal. The Emperor was looking forward to watching it all unfold. We were both tools of the organization and the personal playthings of the Emperor. So I decided to give him exactly what he wanted to see. Once I finished my mission report, I told the Emperor my partners intend to betray the organization. I then shared my plan to lure him to a specific place, where I would then eliminate him. I gave a detailed explanation, making it as enticing as possible for the Emperor. It was easy enough to gain his consent. Even with his face hidden under his cough, he could hardly contain the excitement in his voice over the coming slaughter. But yeah, the real villain is this bitch, okay? I wanted to appear in the next series.
Yeah. I want to see what this guy looks like.
Let's see. The laugh that escaped his throat was a sound so vile it still haunts me to this day. Later that evening, my partner arrived at the designated location. The base of a hill deep in the mountains. At first, he was horribly shaken by the realization he had been betrayed him. When he learned who my brother was, though, his face changed. I watched his surprise turn to despair, which in turn shifted to absolute acceptance of his fate. To what I saw, heart-wrenching didn't do it justice. I focused my effort on giving him the most vicious glare possible, one equal parts mocking and murderous. I came up with the foulest, most malicious things I could bear to say, trying to cut him as deep as possible. After all, the Emperor was standing next to me. And if I were to be convincing, I couldn't afford even the slightest hesitation. I stepped forward. I was about to eliminate him. I shifted closer to my partner in order to facilitate my wire attack, or so I made it appear. My true objective was to put some distance between myself and the Emperor. Once I had my wires around his neck, the battle was as good as over. From there, I knew I could end his life with the flick of a finger. This is the end. I meant those words from the bottom of my heart. A transparent cord ran through the center of the web, of wires under my control. Manipulating this thought allowing me to set off a chain reaction that twisted it into a complex spiral shape I would produce a check distant goals previously. Fully focused on watching his toys in the thralls of bloodthirsty vengeance, it was the Emperor who had relaxed his guard the most. Right at the climax of our battle, I seized the opportunity, and with perfect timing, I was able to ensnare the unwilling Emperor, leaving him shackled and immobile. The key was the transparent cord. It may not have had the same cutting power as my metal wires, but it was more than twice as strong. Even so, I couldn't count on it to hold the Emperor for long. Without a moment's delay, I summoned all of my strength to pull another cord. A low rumble sounded out, and the section of the rocky hill collapsed, dropping a torrent of rubble below. I had taken my time to find the perfect location, one with brittle red rock that I could have breakaway on cue. The stones roared and tumbled in a huge wave, huddling down towards the Emperor. In the middle of it all was a giant boulder more than 10 arcs across. Time seemed to slow as it fell directly down on the Emperor's head. What the fuck? We can't see enough of this. The thunder of the rock slid down, drowning out all other sounds. Finally, it all came crashing down. The aftermath looked as though a catastrophic upgrade had just taken place. The Emperor had taken a direct hit from a massive boulder. There was no way he could have survived that. Even if he did somehow have, he was now buried alive. My partner looked on in confusion, still processing what had just happened. S! I called out, finally able to use the name I preferred to call it by. I ran over to him and buried my face in his chest. This is where I felt the most safe. By his side. I nuzzled up against him, holding him tight, never wanting to let me go. I had never hugged him before then, I had always been too afraid to do so. I'm so sorry I said those horrible things, I sobbed. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth. There was so much more to explain, but those were the things I wanted to say to him next. Even though he was still reeling from everything that had just happened, he was still kind enough to hold me close and try to calm me down. 9. What in the world? Before he could finish his sentence, something I never predicted happened. The small mountain of fallen rock and boulders shifted slightly. Pebbles began to ride out into the air. It was slow, but unmistakable. What's happening? Dumbfounded, all we could do was look on in confusion. Is it some kind of space element art? There's no way. I mused aloud. No, that didn't seem right. Perhaps it was some kind of device that functioned the same way as an airship's anti-gravity component. I didn't understand what was going on. I just sat there, staring blankly, my mind racing for an explanation. Before I could reach one, however, my partner spoke, his voice deep in panic. That's the Overseer, the Empress power. But that would mean it meant the Emperor was still alive. More and more rocks began floating upwards, taking their place among the ever-increasing collection gently balanced in the air. 9, we need to move. I continued to sit there, absolutely dumbfounded. 3 grabbed my hand and we set off at a sprint. We were able to cover a good amount of distance before we heard what sounded like a massive explosion behind us. We turned to see boulders and rocks of all sizes being flung up into the sky like a volcano erupting before our eyes. To be continued.
Jesus. 2 chapters. Good job.
Oh.
That's such an interesting tale. God damn.
Yeah.
Right. Let me try and see if I can beat this thing. Ow.
Oh no, I've lost count how many times you've been doing this.
Oh no, I was grinding monsters.
This is...
Ah, damn it.
Let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Alright. Chapter 7, Tears and Promises. 3 and 9 dug into a mountain cave on the outskirts of Luzent. They had fled from the Emperor as fast as their legs could carry them, and now completely out of breath. As they sat there together, Nine told Three everything she had kept from him until now. He told him about Ace, about herself, the details of her plan, and finally what really happened in that cave 3 years ago. At the start, he occasionally chimed in or asked questions, but as the conversation went on, he fell silent. At the end, his head was hung so low that Nine couldn't see his expression. He had been utterly convinced that his friend, his one true friend, had betrayed him, when in reality, Ace had sacrificed his life to ensure he would survive. And as thanks to that incredibly selfless act, Free had not only killed himself, but had spent the past 3 years despising his memory. No. What the fuck did I just say? Fuck. Free had not only killed him, but had spent 3 years despising his memory. Thank him, his sister, risking her life to save her brother's killer. Free felt his chest tighten up as a wild mix of emotion ran through his head, threatening to overpower him.
A worthy foe,
Yes.
but not worthy enough, it would seem. I can feel myself becoming stronger with every battle. It's easy to see why the Darklings favor this way of life. Uh-oh. It's you! You're big!
Not too shabby, Clawman.
Oh, I just realized. Something's up with, your thing.
Ah, fuck this shit.
What? How do
Alright,
How do I refresh it? It says it needs to be refreshed. I don't know how to refresh it. There's like a little thing, and I can't do anything about it. Oh. Okay. Give me a second. Trying something. Nope, that didn't work. Oh wait, no it did! It did work! I did it! I fixed it. Your little chat thing was bugging out. Need talk.
what?
Yeah, we fixed it.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, Pona.
I get that you're strong and all, but don't forget Zelda's probably watching your every move. And she's pretty fond of those big suckers, you know? Like the one you just killed.
She'll just have to deal with it. Kaz has given me lease to kill demons as I please. My only duty is to find the goddesses and the Black Pearl. Nothing else is relevant. And anything that gets in my way of, the way of my search will be eliminated.
Well, you got spunk, I'll give you that. I do have a question for you though, Clawman.
What is it?
Well, you wouldn't happen to have any brothers, would you?
Oh, do I? Why would you ask me that?
Well, that search party from East has started snooping around the tower. And one of them looks a hell of a lot like you. He's a magic user, bit of a baby face, got those eyeball-like things that float around his shoulder. Ringing any bell?
I haven't the faintest notion. But I can assure you I have no ties to him.
Alright, probably just my imagination. Sure is an annoying little shit, huh?
that you fall in love with, Epona. Just saying. I've already searched the floors below. We should probably head back up to your area and keep an eye out for the goddesses. The void is calling me to rest. Bye all you chaos. Bye Kaz. Have a good night.
Oh, Nini. Oh, yeah, good point. If for them to slip by when I'm not looking. I'll see you later, Clawman. Good luck. Oh,
You never lets that cheery disposition of hers falter, does she? Yes, not all the Darklings are cast from the same mold. I don't like it, though. Sorcerer who resembles me, with floating eye-like familiars. There's only one man that could possibly be. Your bro! Okay, I think wait. I said I spoke too soon. I spoke real too soon. You know, Toll, you really ought to check in with your family from time to time. I'm sure even Priest Fact must be worried about you every now and then. I don't think he has it in him to worry about me. Besides, I heard my little brother Hugo was officially appointed as my successor just a few days ago. If I were to show up now, I'm sure my presence would only cause undue turmoil. You are one stubborn fool, you know that? No, Commander. I think stubbornness has. I don't think stubbornness has anything to do with it. He's just desperately reaching for excuses to stay at Solomon's Shrine. Hey, come on, Galleon. No sense in playing it cool, Captain Fact. Your face is an open book. Oh. This is you.
Oh, sorry. Muted myself for a second there. Yeah, it really is. Look, you can see the red spreading across his cheeks like a licking dye on a picket skin rug.
What?
That's a very weird comparison, just saying.
Okay, now that's enough.
No. Well, if it isn't tall, hasn't seen you quite a while.
Ashara. Quite the rare occasion for you sorcerers to visit us here. Ashara has come to give her report on our investigation into Kritia Ore. Oh, that's right. As instructed by the 6 priests.
Yes, and let me tell you, it was no easy task. I had to trace out every known vein of the staff.
That sounds quite the task indeed. Why do you keep getting assigned such grueling duties?
That's what I'd like to know. You wouldn't happen to have any insight, Shion, would you? You're a member of Solomon Strine's clergy, after all.
What must you think of we clergymen do? I merely manage a property, which comes right down to it. I'm not privy to the same information as the 6 priests.
Right.
Perhaps you could ask my father directly. As a sorceress, I presume you are close. Have a close relationship to him, no?
What? No, of course not. It's not at all in my place to question priest fact. I shudder at the very notion of it.
I know exactly how you feel. Priest Chain fact is notoriously stern, even among his peers. Sounds like father hasn't changed one bit. How's Hugo doing?
Well, I haven't had much of a chance to talk to him lately. But he seems to have a natural gift for magic. He's already learned to exercise nearly perfect control over the eyes of fact.
Has he now? My, that's quite impressive. Impressive indeed.
Just look at that smile. You're so obviously worried about your little brother, Tall. Why don't you just stop in for a visit sometime?
Will you knock it off already? Pardon my intrusion, Lady Reha, Lady Fenna.
Oh, it's good to see you.
Would you like some tea? I'll pour you a cup. Oh no, that won't be necessary. As I've said before, I am but your humble guardian, nothing more. You are goddesses. I would never deign to be served refreshments by the divine beings like yourselves. If anything, I should serve you. What? What did I do?
So you've come to see us as divine beings now, have you? When we first met, your attitude towards us was far more cavalier, as I recall.
Well, that was... I mean... You were hiding your wings at that point, so I didn't think...
You didn't think young women like us could be divine beings, is that it? I recall you asking us what the goddess is for, as if we were maids or something. Do you remember that?
Now, Reha, you shouldn't tease him so, the poor lad.
Poor lad, poor us, you mean? Why, he says he shouldn't be allowed to show hospitality to the scant few friends we have. He will rob us of any of that joy. And he acts so stilted and formal in our presence. To boot. Such unforgivable rudeness.
Alright, I get it. You want me to act like I do around everybody else, right?
Yes, please. All these stuffy formalities makes daily life here most tedious. Everyone always says the same set phrases to us day in and day out. You should follow Yunika's example. She always speaks her mind with us.
Yumika. Ah, the commander's daughter. I heard the three of you became very close. Well, she comes over once each week to play. She's like a little sister to us. I see. But isn't that sending the wrong message? I mean, you may enjoy spending time with her, but she's not your equal. If her father ever caught wind of this, she'd be in serious trouble.
Well, then we'll just have to make sure he doesn't find out now, won't we?
At any rate, you are our guest, and we're going to treat you like one, whether you like it or not. Damn. Treat me like a guest whether I like it or not? Damn, hospitality.
Hospitality.
That was random. I just, went from one room to another, though.
Oh.
Okay. I think we're good.
Alright. Okay, where was I? Alright. Free felt his chest tighten up in a wild mix of emotion, ran through his head, threatening to overpower him. He was grateful for being fortunate enough to have two people in his life, 8th and 9th, who he could fully trust. At the same time, he felt a bottomless well of anger burst up. Anger at himself. The pathetic excuse for a human being that he was. Battered by his storm of emotions, his breathing became increasingly rapid. As I cried, 9 looked on in concern, having finished her story. She didn't need to respond, however. 3 came silent, spoke volume. I'm fine, he said, returning to his usual blunt tone. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better? 9. I said I'm fine. Despite his words, Z's head still hung low. You're an awful actor, but you're an even worse liar when you're not performing. You know that? Z sunk down to his knees. 9 moved over to him, taking his head into her hands. She began gently ruffling his hair, like a mother comforting her child. Everything's okay now, he murmured gently. It's all okay. But Free stammered, his voice growing weak and hoarse. The last bit of his facade broke down, overwhelmed by 9's kindness, and he relented at last. 9 was younger than 3, and definitely looked the part, but in that moment she showed an almost motherly level of understanding and compassion. For someone like 3 who grew up without that warmth, it was his first time being comforted by someone. his first time feeling the warmth of family. I know how strong you've had to be, as I know how hard it's been for so long. It's okay now, I promise. No longer able to hold his emotion back, he finally broke down. A lifetime worth of tears came flooding out of his eyes at once. I'm such a wretched excuse of her, he sobbed, no longer able to control his voice in the slightest. Hot tears poured down his cheeks, staining the cool floor of the cave. It's not true. You know that's not true, Nine said, softly, continuing to run her fingers through his hair.
No.
Why am I still alive? Why isn't Ace here instead? He weakly slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. Not another word of that. I won't hear it. You're the one who's been there for me the past 2 years. You, us. But it's because of me that Ace. Listen. That just means you need to fight twice as hard. You're living for him too now. These words filled him as he was overcome by sobbing, his years of pain and suffering pouring out of him. After some time, Free was able to calm himself down somewhat and regain his composure. I'm here for you, so you don't have to cry, Nine told him. But if ever want to, then that's okay too. So, which is it then? Free retorted, his detached demeanor creeping back. He suddenly became aware of the fact that he was in her arms and hurriedly pulled away. He immediately turned the conversation back towards exchanging information in an attempt to mask his sudden embarrassment. They finished catching up and turned their attention to their current predicament. So the overseer had figured me out. He knew I was going to try to make a run for it, and that's why he moved to strike first, in order to outmaneuver him. He thought out loud. That's right. I've been watching the whole time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take him down. I wish you'd told me beforehand. And let you spoil the element of surprise with your awful acting skills? Nine gave a wry grin. Yeah, don't think so. Three face turned her in a bit. Both Nine and the Emperor had caught on to his plan, so there was little room to defend himself in that regard. I chose the moment he'll be the most distracted, Nine continued, switching to a more serious expression. My timing was perfect, and my preparation were more than enough, yet, despite all that. Despite everything, despite being buried under a pile of massive boulder, the Emperor was still very much alive. No matter how much she thought, Nine simply couldn't figure out how it was possible. It's likely his power at work, we said. He had said the same thing earlier, right as they took off running. What exactly is his power? Nina. I'm fairly certain he can control gravity somehow, we said. He did something similar 3 years ago when Ace and I fought him. Free Rex opened a bit of painful memory and began relaying what he remembered to Nine. He and Ace had been able to fend off the first 2 pairs of assailants sent after them by their organization.
Oh, what the hell? No. You've got to be absolutely shitting me. You have to be kidding me. No. During like exploration?
Oh.
It's never crashed during exploration. Shit. I might have to beat this boss again. I do, yeah.
Oh.
I'm fine. This is fine. I should have went back. I should have realized that there was because it was a cutscene. I should have went back and saved.
Mm.
Oh well. Live and learn.
Alright.
my god.
It was then that they faced the Emperor, however. Even with the element of surprise on their side, even when they coordinated their attacks perfectly, facing him proved exceptionally difficult. They found their bodies heavy and clumsy, and their movement lacking precision and skill. The Emperor, on the other hand, was nimble as could be, almost inhumanly so, and the two were quickly overpowered. So, what do you think? So you look at 9, awaiting her input. There was no sign of him starting any cast or charge up. Inside out he was using arcs, she said, her brows furrowed in thought. As for a portable gravity manipulation device small enough for a single person to carry and conceal, well, given modern technology, it's seriously hard to imagine. He might have an artifact or something like that. An avalanche couldn't kill him, and he has enough precise control to be able to move individual stones and boulders. 9 scratched her head in confusion. Damn it. We really don't have a lot to go on here. She paused, thinking a moment more, and then continued. In any case, unless something major changes is too powerful for us, any attempt at a direct attack is going to result in our death. They fell silent for a time, until Tree spoke up, a grave expression on his face. If the time comes when you have to choose, you are going to prioritize your lifeline. You need to be the one to kill. Stop it. Mang silenced Tree with an outburst of pure emotion, and more raw than her usual. But then at least you'll be able to. If you die, I'm going right after you. I'll do it myself if I have to. The calm, motherly figure from before was nowhere to be seen. 9 was in a frenzy now, almost like a child throwing a tantrum. Regardless of her tone, however, her words were heartfelt and earnest. I can't go back to being able to sleep. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I can't go back to being alone. The weight of her feeling was clear to Tree. Saying this, he let out a short sound. And yes, my word. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. It's not what I'm asking for. Okay, you're right. He said, taking a deep breath. Then I promise that we'll survive this. We'll get through it together. 9 looked at Tree with imploring, almost pleading eyes. You swear? I swear, he said. Now, if you're going to think of any chance at all, if you're going to have any chance at all, we need to do everything perfectly. The rock slide was massive enough that despite the fact that he survived, it was hard to imagine the Emperor was completely unscathed. If they tried to flee now, the organization would quickly find them again, and they would have to contend with the Emperor at its full strength. The pair knew if they were going to make a move, now was the time. Let's do it now. We'll take him out. To be continued.
Yeah, you might as well start the next chapter, goddamn.
Yeah, I don't know why this is the book that say like to be continued. I guess it's because they were like doing like a slower update on this one.
I mean,
Maybe.
when the game released, all of these books were in the game, just in different parts of the game, so I guess you had to just wait until you found the next book.
Yeah, but the other books, like the one with like Toby, they didn't have to be continued.
True.
It just end like that, yeah. I don't know why this is the one that had to be continued.
Yep.
Skip.
Yep.
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 Correct. Chapter 8, Gravity and Artifacts. 3 and 9 return to the hill. Or, more accurately, where the hill used to be. It was now completely unrecognizable. A sizable chunk of it was gone, having been strewn about the area in the form of a countless bit of rubble. The Emperor stood right where they had left him, seemingly unfazed. As 3 and 9 had surmised, he had sustained at least some manner of injury. Nothing major, but his ever-present robe under which he had hidden his face had been reduced to little more than a shredded head. Underneath, he wore a gold helmet bearing a crown design. In his hand, he carried a golden scepter with a spherical tip. and his body was covered in gold armor. The word ostentatious was insufficient to describe his heavily gilded countenance. Fuck. Everything about him suggested both needless grandeur and wicked condensation. I knew you'd be back. You two were complete fools after all. The Emperor caught up to them. 3 and 9 remained silent as they slowly approached. So, have you decided which one of you will gain the organization's forgiveness? 3 and 9 turned to each other and nodded. 3 removed his hand from his throat, leaving it sheathed. 3 knelt down and closed his eyes, showing acceptance of what was to come. In response, 9 pulled out some of her poison needles, and silently launched them as they fled, or at least that's how she made it appear. At the last second before the needles parted from her fingers, he deftly altered their trajectory, sending them speeding towards the Emperor instead. The envenomed projectiles whizzed perfectly through the air as ever. However, as they neared their intended target, they suddenly curved downward, sharply plummeting harmlessly to the ground. Very well. I hear your answer loud and clear, the Emperor proclaimed, looking out at the pair. You both wish to die today. Not a chance, 9 called, throwing another volley of needles directly at the Emperor. Their trajectory suddenly shifted again, this time upwards. From his kneeling position, 3 quickly shifted his stance and pushed forward off the ground with all the power he could muster in his legs. He launched himself at the Emperor, breaking into a full-on fight. We've had enough. You're the one meeting your death today. 3 began slashing away at his target with incredible speed. His lightning-quick strikes grew slow and sluggish as soon as they neared the Emperor, however. With his assailant's speed so drastically curbed, the man was able to use his golden scepter to effortlessly set aside the boy's assault. In the same instant, 9 second set of needles changed direction midair and began falling straight towards the Emperor. She had managed to calculate the range of his gravitational field with just a single throw. Once she understood its effect on projectiles, she was able to revise her trajectory. Moreover, she had factored in the increased acceleration from the higher gravity, meaning her needles would hit not harder than normal. Despite all that, however, her attack was neutralized by a flick of the Emperor's gilded hand. It was still not enough to penetrate his armor. It was, however, more than sufficient to rouse his ire. How dare you defy me? Me? Livid, he swung his scepter downward. 3 immediately reacted, just barely managing to block the attack with his sword. Even so, the impact alone threw him back several arcs. 3 could feel his brain rattle in his skull from the force of the blow. There was no way the Emperor's physical strength and the weight of the scepter alone could do that. It occurred to 3 that there must be another way he was able to manipulate gravity. You will be purged, the Emperor said in a low growl. Same words he had heard him say a few hours ago and 3 years ago. When the Emperor spoke like this, it was nothing less than the adulteration of a death sentence. At the sound of those words, past memories bubbled in 3's mind, and an old terror began to grip him. His legs grew wobbly, and he began to stagger. One glance back at 9 was all it took for him to restore his breath. He forced himself back on his feet, reflexively snapping into a fighting stance. 9 continued to provide covering fire with her needles as 3 renewed his assault. Their approach proved no more fruitful than before. Even so, 3 continued to fight under such grueling conditions. He slowly became more capable. His understanding of his foe's gravitational trickery improved, and his strike grew more swift and precise as a result. The way his muscle intuitively reacted, the angle and speed at which he swung his sword, he was slowly chipping away at the Emperor's overwhelming advantage. Though 3 may not have enjoyed his the same power of the insight his partner possessed. His skill in close quarter combat was elite by even the most exacting of standards. For her part, Nine cover was solid and unwavering. Realizing her needles had no hope of piercing the Emperor's golden plating, she had instead begun aiming for gaps between its pieces. It was an incredibly difficult task, but as soon as she grew more accustomed to the disrupting effect of the gravitational force, she was gradually getting closer. She began weaving in offensive arts along with her volley of needles in order to keep the Emperor on his toes. Her attacks appeared simply enough for her foe to deal with, but they still managed to pull his attention away. Even if only for a moment. The fight raged on, and after a bit of time, 3 and 9 appeared to have finally begun gaining the upper hand. Yet, the Emperor did not seem phased in the slightest. His expression was unreadable underneath the shadow of his helmet, but it was clear from his body language he still believed himself fully in control of the situation. 3 managed to land the occasional strike, but even his sword seemed to do little against the Emperor's impossibly resilient armor. In an attempt to land a heavier blow, 3 launched himself into the air, intending to let the gravity carry his sword downward, just as 9's needle had. However, he found himself soaring up far higher than he had intended, impossibly so as he had suddenly sprouted wings. His mark completely missed, and he lost his sense of balance and began tumbling through the air. He quickly realized he had only been due to more of his force to the reduced gravity. Expertly seizing the opening, the Emperor raised his scepter overhead, then swiftly swung it down. As if mimicking this motion, 3 suddenly dropped off the air, thrown to the hard ground like the air knocked out of his lungs. 3 struggled to catch his breath, spitting out mouthful of blood in between gasps. Get out of the way, he's not done. Saved by 9's frantic warning, 3 just barely managed to roll out of the way. A split second later, the scepter slammed down to the ground where he had just been. As the gravity-enhanced scepter connected to the rocky rock below, it let out a powerful blast, leaving a crater in its wake. As the resulting shockwave launched 3 to the side, knocking him to relative safety. Had he taken a direct blow, he would have been completely pulverized. Though dazed, he was still aware enough to signal to 9 that he was okay. He forced himself to his feet. The battle had completely changed. The Emperor had begun manipulating gravity levels on the constant cycle, and 3 was forced into a defensive position. Whenever he managed to get a handle of his foe's barrage of attack, he found the gravity level altered yet again, forcing him to start back at zero. It was impossible for him to fight in such ever-changing conditions. The situation was taxing for 9 as well. She found herself forced to constantly recalculate the field range and gravity value, severely reducing the number of effective attacks she was able to launch. Despite their bleak outlook, the two of them continued to hold out. Even when pressured, 3 served as an excellent vanguard, consistently denying the Emperor any opportunity for a decisive blow. 9, meanwhile, continued to back him up flawlessly, acting with a surgical precision that ensured no opening went to waste. As he called out to him as he leaped back, putting some distance between himself and the Emperor. I think I figured something out. Let's hear it. 3 waited for it to continue, keeping his guard up and watching closely for any sign of attack from the Emperor. Have you noticed anything different from when you and Ace fought him before? Was he carrying anything in his left hand back then? 3 glanced at his foe's left hand, seeing it empty. He thought back to 3 years ago. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure he had an orb with him. Purple, with a golden sculpture of a crow on it. The battle back then was completely one-sided. Just as I suspected. 9 nodded. 3 also had sense of the position, but had simply chalked it up to the Emperor toying with them, as he didn't consider them to be true threats to him. Factoring in what 9 had just pointed out, however, has things in a completely different light. Oh, so you've realized. The Emperor paused his onslaught, as though his recognition of Nine pinned observation. You see the implements he has on him now? I suspect at one point he had 4 different artifacts that let him control gravity. 4, huh? He said, taking notes of the Emperor's equipment. Right. A helmet with a crown motif that can increase or reduce the overall level of gravity. Armor that absorbs the force impacted by attacks the moment they receive. A scepter that sends out a devastating gravitational wave when it makes contact with its target. And an orb with a crow perched on it that allows its wielder to alter gravity on a target-by-target basis. Nine paused her explanation for a moment as she looked defiantly at the Emperor. The reason he had worn that padded cloak is now clear. If someone were to wield so many artifacts at once as he did, it would be necessary to conceal them. Failure to do so would surely attract unwanted attention from the threat. Now that you mention it, this time around, he hasn't been moving faster or slowing us down at the same time, he said. When we fought him before, we couldn't even touch him. It was true that in their fight against him, we and Ace had been struggling under different levels of gravity than the Emperor. There was no doubt he was toying with them in the present, but at the very least, both men were battling under the same level of gravity, constantly shifting though they were. As such, the pair's odds of winning were much better this time around. I think he either lost the orb at some point, or it was destroyed, or at least damaged in a rock slide, Nine explained. The pair realized that it was true. Now was their best chance to take down the Emperor once and for all. A talented tool indeed. The Emperor's voice was low, tinged with a hint of perverse delight. The artifact I wore was collectively known as the Monarch's Regalia. I'm impressed you were able to analyze their capabilities in such a limited amount of time. You, man of Feng, are truly outstanding. I don't want your praise, you bastard. Ignoring Nine's retort, the Emperor continued on his acceleration, giving way to a violent savagery. But even the greatest tool is ruthless. It will not submit to its rightful place in my hands. His body began levitating, broken chunks of earth underfoot raising towards with him. With all the force he could muster, he swung his scepter into a nearby boulder. A worthless tool must be disposed of. In an instant, the boulder shattered into shards of all shapes and sizes that were sent rocketing towards Nine. Watch out! He cried out. The shards flew like a slaver of bullets from 1,000 different guns. All of them pointed directly at one target. It was a grim sight, not unlike a single soldier standing before the assault of an entire army. Zag! Panicked, he rushed into the line of fire. He brandished his sword and did everything he could to prevent the shot from reaching Nine. He deflected and broke what he could, using his body as a shield for the rest. But there was a considerable distance between him and Nine, one he could not cover easily. By the time he had leapt in the way, a great many shots was already too far ahead. He was too late. Nine had no resistance.
Oh.
No?
Oh no! It's gonna be Hugo! Shit. Oh! Shit. Hold it right there! God damn it. There he is! You're in range of all my magic. I advise you not to resist. It's good to see you too, Hugo. You've certainly grown. I don't want to believe it, but it seems the knights were telling the truth. Drop your weapon and put your hands in the air. This is the police! You're under arrest! You know as well as anyone just how powerful the eyes of fact are. Indeed I do. And I see you are not the one who
but 2 of them under your control. You're as gifted a mage as they say. Spare you me your empty compliments. Drop your weapons. Otherwise, I will be forced to do as Father instructed and kill you where you stand. As Father instructed? What? Weren't you sent here to find the goddesses? Of course I was. But before I left, Father gave me another mission to carry out, a secret mission. A mission to seek out the backstabber who betrayed our fair nation of Ys and end his miserable existence. I see. I suppose Father even knew about me. I suppose Father even knew about me. But if that's true, then why have you still not attacked? Weren't you ordered to assassinate me? I'm interrogating you. I'll kill you after I've heard everything I need to know. In other words, you're following Father's orders blindly. You don't really want to go through with it. What? Oh, you do? Then, if so, that's fine. Come and get me. But I don't think you have it in you. You're grasping at straws. Waiting for me to say something that justifies attempted murder. In short, you're trying to weasel your way out of taking responsibility for your own actions. You're one to talk. After everything that's happened. After what you've become. You're no brother to me. You're nothing but a damn traitor, and you've dragged the fact name through the mud for the last time. You left home at the first available opportunity and never showed your face again for years. And you think you can lecture me? Yuko. If you're so eager to die, I'll be glad to help you out. We're brothers after all. I'll carry out Father's orders here, right now. I'm going to burn the flesh from your bones, you bastard. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hi! Sorry, Hugo, I know your weakness is... Oh, Jesus. Oh, he's got... You've already got, like, frickin' bombs? That's not fair.
Oh, damn. That's cheating.
I know, right?
Alright. Panic, 3 rushed into the line of fire. No, wait. Oh, yeah. The 3 was too late. 9 had no realistic chance of avoiding the entirety of the attack, and instead devoted her effort to simply avoiding the worst of the pieces of stone flying at her. There were far too many, however, and one managed to slip through her defenses. She suffered a direct hit to the abdomen, and a red mist sprayed from her mouth as she crumbled to the earth. Okay, makes up die, I guess.
I did die, yes. Ow.
9. 3 ran over to her, his voice hoarse with agony and grief. Her forehead, hand, legs, her entire body was stained with blood, dripping from 1,000 cuts and scratches. It was a fate far too cruel for such a young girl. No matter how many times Tree called out to her, he didn't respond. He had sworn to protect her. He had promised her. But now, Tree felt himself overcome with shame and regret. I'm too weak, he thought to himself. Too weak to help anyone. Too weak to save anyone. As if to seize upon his distress, the Emperor spoke once again. So one of you ended up making it.
Oh, god damn.
God damn. He's strong.
He's strong.
Deliver the final blow, and your life will be spared, just as before. At those words, Ree felt a creaking in his mind. It was harsh, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. I imagine she'd take some sick satisfaction in being killed by the same person who killed her brother anyway. The Emperor's smile twisted into a purple smile. The depth of the depravity in his eyes clear, even though the shadow cast by his even through the shadow cast by his helmet. It was then that something snapped inside him. He exploded, as if the boundless rage coursing through his veins had at last found an outlet. His legs and arms snapped into operation. A primal rumble burst through his throat. His bones pricked and his blood boiled. Pure fury ignited his entire body, inciting it to action. And before he knew it, he had launched himself at the Emperor. He unleashed a whirlwind of attacks. He strikes faster and more powerful than ever before. The Emperor met the charge head-on, altering gravity as he went. But 3 adapted to each shifting. God damn!
Don't worry, I saved. You go on.
Alright, at least you saved this time. Oh my gosh. The Emperor met the charge head-on, altering gravity as he went, but 3 adapted to each shift almost as fast as they come. His body was running on pure instinct, sharpening his senses to a razor-sharp edge, and giving him almost what is this word? Whatever. Almost natural adaptability. The Emperor, on the other hand, found himself working harder and harder to handle 3's hail of blows. He managed to block the oncoming strikes, but his attacker showed no sign of slowing down. Like a wild dog, the Emperor sneered. A tool with a will of its own is a useless thing, to be sure. But seeing you foaming at the mouth like this is pathetic beyond measure. You truly are fated to die as you live. A mere thing.
Thing?
Even in the face. Even in the face of peace and Leech onslaught, the Emperor had hardly taken any damage at all. He still held all the cards. 3 was a little more than an annoyance, like a flea biting a wolf. 3's thoughts bubbled back up to the surface. He found himself remembering something 9 had said. It was his natural sense of composure that allowed him to recall such a tiny memory. Composure he did not possess 3 years ago. He continued to let his anger drive his body, but maintained a calm mind, not allowing his thoughts to slip away in his rage. He could have stopped himself at any time, but found his current rage beneficial, and wielded it ably, as though he was simply another weapon available to him. 3 himself was unaware of this, but such an ability to not only control one's emotions but turn them into power was rare indeed. It was a skill that did not come easily to even the greatest warrior. Yet, 3 had managed to master such a complicated concept at his young age. Armor that absorbed the force impacted by attack the moment they received. That was how 9 has described the Emperor's armor. Sure enough, just as she described, no matter how many strikes 3 launched, nothing seemed to get through. It was then that realization dawned on him. If the armor was immune to external force, then what he needed to do was induce internal force. Anyone else may have given up at this point, but 3 has definitely imagined a more suitable target for his unique skills. He combined his blade into one, squaring off against the Emperor yet again. The defining characteristic of 3's weapons was their ability to internally induce an art-based explosion in their target. To do so, he needed to strike the same point with each blade separately, and then a third time in Byaku's form. By this point, he had already launched a number of hits on the Emperor's armor, and luckily for 3, a decent number of them hits overlap.
Oh, thank God, I beat up my brother. Damn you. You won't get away with this. It's alright if you hate me.
Blech.
However, I want you to think about something. Have you ever considered why being a successor to House of Fact really means to you, for you? I've thought about it a great deal, and that's why I chose to abandon my birthright. It may have been the best decision for our house, but if it's what I had to do for myself. But if that's true, then what about betraying Ys and the goddesses and looking at like that? Is there something you had to do for yourself too? Yes, it is. Hugo. Oh. Hugo.
You.
Ashura. Miska. It's been a long time, Ashara. I must admit, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Two seconds, I want to fix something.
Yeah, sure.
There we go. Fixed.
I didn't want to believe it when Galleon said you turned against us. How could a revered hero like you, one of the saviors of East, sink so low?
Savior, please. I never wanted to be that... be thought of as a hero in the first place. I'm just a weak-willed lowlife who gave in to the temptation of... so I could experience the ultimate power high.
Well, at least you're honest about it. So what now? Are you going to fight us?
If you'd like. But if you stay out of the way, I won't lay a finger on you.
Yeah, sure. Go and help Hugo to his feet. We're teleporting back to base.
Okay.
We'll stay out of your way for now. For the next time we meet, you best be prepared for battle.
So, I'm no brother to him, huh? Fair enough. I've been out of his life for a long time, after all.
Family troubles, eh? How sweet. Oh! Hey, it's Kishko!
Whee!
Kishko. Why did you let them go, Craw? Somehow I doubt you'd share the same my disposition for fighting sorcerers. Well, I know they used to be your friends, but that's irrelevant. You've already chosen your side. And surely you know the consequences for disobedience. If you've got a problem with my conduct, then go ahead and attack me. My mission is to find and capture the goddesses and the Black Pearl. That's the only thing on my mind. And it just seems like it would be a waste of my time to take up arms against them. But if you want to make some kind of bold accusation against me, then you become exactly the sort of obstacle I was instructed to eliminate in the course of my completing my task. You got some nerve. Alright, I guess I'll accept your pathetic excuse and let this one slide. Just see to it you find the goddesses and the Black Pearl before us. If you're going to talk big like that. How do I... Kishto. Kishto? I said his name right, like, just a second ago. No, I can't pronounce it.
Ishgal?
Kishko. The man who got the jump on Commander Tova. Yeah, see, I was right. I didn't misremember that. When it comes to raw strength, he's easily my equal. Maybe even better than me. I am. Seems like everyone's got eyes on me. Sure doesn't make this mission any easier. Back to the save point. What are dragon scales? Cilianor. Well, a piece of Cilianor ore. With my powers as they are now, they should prove an easy task. Oh, I can power myself up? Nice!
Nice.
Yes, this seems to work just fine. If I come across any more, I should be able to repeat the process without any difficulty. Sweet. Neat. Oh, damn. Ow.
Alright. Oh no, Rosie. Okay. All that remained was the final step in the process, making contact with those intersecting points using his fused sword. He attacked the Emperor with the same rate and power as before. This time though, he failed to land a single hit. He was just a hair's breadth off, every single time. The first steps in his weapons process was relatively simple. He simply needed to land a strike with each weapon, creating two perpendicular lines that would paint a target on the oddman. The next part, however, was far more difficult. He needed to use the fused blade to hit the precise point where the two lines intersected. This was a much smaller target area, making the task so much more demanding. Still, Free was confident in his aim, and knew he had the dexterity to pull it off. In spite of his skill and confidence, however, he continually found himself failing to land the decisive hit. The Emperor cackled in delight as he watched Free struggle. To him, Free's plight was nothing short of pure comedy. "I knew my tools inside and out," he said, a dark grin spreading across his face. "Your methods of attack, how your weapons work, I understand these things even better than you." As if proving the Emperor's point, Free flicked attack just short of it. The Emperor launched a perfect counterattack with his staff, swung at the perfect angle. Free had figured out his course trick. Right before each of his attacks would land, the Emperor would make a subtle change to gravity. His timing was exquisite, and the trick was executed in such a way that Free had no time to correct the angle of his sword. Further, the gravity wave emitted by the Emperor's scepter did nothing at all when it failed to connect. As if it did, the resulting damage would be enormous. Thus far, Free had been able to evade or turn away each incoming swing. But he knew it was only before the Emperor was allowing it. It was only because the Emperor was allowing it. He had yet to land a single effective attack, and the wear on both his weapon and his own body was steadily mounting. The outcome of the battle seemed clear, and by all appearances, there was nothing that could change his course. Thanks to his impeccable defense, the Emperor was nearly unscathed, whereas he was barely holding on, looking more and more like he could collapse at any moment. Imaging pleasures, a momentarily calm, settled over the battlefield. As Free was weighing his options, a voice broke the silence. It was a lazy door. One that Free had heard many times over the years. A narrative complete. Nine struggled to her feet, looking as though she could fall back down at any moment. "How?" The Emperor, genuine shock escaped his mouth in a low hiss. "Nine, you're okay," Free exclaimed. At once, he understood what had happened. Nine hadn't fallen unconscious. She had simply feigned doing so in order to analyze the Emperor in secret. She had given Free no indication of a plan whatsoever. After all, had she done so, the Emperor may have very well caught onto a plan. "Just fine," he responded. "I used my wires to cushion the blow of the boulders by spreading them into smaller pieces. In the end, the rocks barely scratched me." Judging by the amount of blood that covered her, it would have been clear to anyone this was far from the truth. But the fact remained that she was both alive and conscious. Free disengaged from the Emperor and moved closer to Nine, making sure to keep his eyes trained on his foe as he did before. "There's a moment where he's unable to respond to anything," she explained. "That's his power's fatal weakness." "What do you mean?" "His gravitational manipulation doesn't require something like an art would. But after he uses it, there's a period of time of about a second before he's able to use it again. That's why he wasn't able to immediately prevent the falling rocks from burying him earlier. But the way he's changing gravity is so precise," he said, thinking back to the battle. "How could he have managed that?" "I was just reading your movement, and he knew how you fight like the back of his hand." "Wait, what?" Free exclaimed, his surprise in his voice clear. "It's true. The way he manipulates gravity is determined before you even start your swing. He knows the tendency well. and uses that knowledge to predict your actions. Is that even possible? Asked 3, his mind racing. It is, unfortunately, 9 responded. And he's not using an artifact for it either. His mind just works technically. He's a monster through and through. The Emperor let out a low chuckle, a sound analysis, and he will avail you nothing. I know your techniques inside and out. The same speed, the same power, the same angles, each and every time. There's no way you could possibly undo years of the habit that was so painstakingly drilled into you. S. 9 looked at him knowingly. Right, he responded. Let's end this. The duo nodded in agreement and turned to face the Emperor once more. 3 charged at him again, renewing his previous assault. He raised his sword overhead, attacking at a high angle. The Emperor dodged it effortlessly and sent forth a counterattack. Their deadly dance continued as before, but as things were, both sides knew where it was ultimately leading. The Emperor sensed an incoming attack and prepared to manipulate gravity. Just as he predicted, 3 attacked a half step faster, aiming for one of the spots in his armor that had been precisely marked. As the sword raced towards its target, gravity shifted and the sword's trajectory was altered. Despite this, it somehow continued on its original path regardless, as if the altered gravity had been predicted and compensated for. Impossible, the Emperor murmured under his breath. He hastily jerked his body out of the blade's trajectory with hardly a second to spare. 3's movement had changed somehow. As the Emperor mulled the changing situation over, 3 snakes' attack came speeding in. The Emperor again predicted the speed and trajectory and manipulated gravity accordingly. However, boom. A muffled explosion rang out, and the Emperor felt his armor crack and pain coursed through his left arm. Boom. What? Another flash. Boom. His right leg was now damaged as well. The Emperor was at an utter loss. Had 3 managed to correctly predict his spatial manipulation? How was his body able to alter his strikes to compensate for the gravity? Cursing 3's name, the Emperor thought grew frantic. As he desperately looked around for a clue, he realized what was actually happening. He glimpsed a number of barely visible cords extending from 3's body. Naturally, 9 stood at the other end, controlling them. She wasn't pulling him to and fro like a marionette, but instead nudging his attack slightly, guiding his direction, timing, and angle to create the perfect strike. The Emperor may have been predicting 3's attack and making adjustments, but 9 was doing the same to him in turn. It was her guidance that allowed 3 to score direct hit after direct hit. Her superior intellect was of course a major reason this was possible, but her relationship with 3 was their secret weapon. The 2 knew each other better than anyone in the world, which allowed her to predict his reactions and movements with incredible accuracy. She used her natural understanding of her partner to help him adapt his combat style to fit the situation at hand. In that sense, the secret behind the upper end the Sunny game was as simple as that. You little bitch, the Emperor let out an enraged growl, laced with bitter hatred. Neither 3 nor 9 had ever seen him like this before. He tried to launch the same rocky onslaught at 9 that he had before, but he found himself bereft of munition. He could not be sure when it happened, but at some point, the duo had led him to a different part of the area. One where he could no longer weaponize the terrain. With furious bloodlust, he lowered the gravity near him and rushed at 9. Finally, she smirked, been waiting. A giant boulder appeared in the air before the Emperor, likely due to an arc 9 had passed. The Emperor was unimpressed, however, at being subjected to the same attack twice. This time around, Even back to 11 of the time. He easily shattered the incoming boulder with his staff once it entered his area of reduced gravity. But it was this flippant display of arrogance that sealed his fate. As the pieces of the boulder rained down around him, he found himself face to face with a plush toy rabbit. One that had been hidden within the boulder. No, he exclaimed, knowing full well it was no mere toy. His realization was too late, however. With a massive bang, the rabbit detonated. Light and heat washed over the Emperor, and his legs buckled under the force. Just then, another explosion went off at his back. He had landed a solid hit on his chest armor, and the resulting blast had blown it clear of his body. This is the end, Tree said quietly. The black-hearted Emperor armor had been destroyed, and Tree's blade has found its bloody mark. Chapter 10. SMU-10. Oh, this is the final chapter.
Woo!
Whoa, I don't think... Oh, they didn't have the Japanese text. I'm guessing they haven't found it. Put it in the wiki. Alright, let's go.
Let's go!
The Emperor had fallen to his knees. 3 swords protruding from his chest. He looked up at the sky and gave a dry, bitter laugh. Found some humor in your end, have you? Asked Free. To think you two would best me, the Emperor said, his voice low. I admitted. I underestimated you. You are by far the most powerful tools I've ever had the pleasure of owning. Enough! We're not your tools anymore, Free said, gripping his sword, preparing himself to silence the Emperor forever. So, he thought to himself, the moment to kill had come yet again. The thing he hated most. The thing he would never grow accustomed to. Things were different this time. Given that the man who stole away his humanity in the first place now sat at the end of his rope. But that didn't stop Free's hand from trembling. Yes, Nine said gently, moving closer. We'll do it together, okay? Her typically light and relaxed expression was now serious and sincere. Okay, he responded. This was it. The moment where the two would put their tragic past to rest. Nine placed her hand on Tree, steadying his weapon. Her warmth abated his trembling ever so slightly. They moved to raise the sword together. In response, the Emperor spoke once more. Every arch of your path, thus far, has been stained with blood, just as the rest of your life shall be. Your fate are immutable. Kill or be killed. Control or be controlled. You will end up no different than I. You will ever be one and the same. You're wrong, said Nine. We're no longer anyone's tool, and we'll never force anyone to be ours. After this we're done, said he. You're the last person we'll ever kill. The two took a deep breath and spoke in unison. Farewell. Off in some far-flung region of Calvert, a horse-drawn carriage plodded along. Aside from trains, most terrestrial transportation had long since switched to auto pass. So such an old-fashioned mode of travel was a rare sight to see. The more rustic method did have its certain undeniable charm, however. A boy drove the carriage, while a young girl of the same age blazed within. It makes you wonder how he got that way, the boy said, thinking back to the Emperor's face, the one that had been obscured by both cloak and helmet. The appearance had been a poor fit for his monstrous behavior. If anything, he had been rather handsome. Huh? Why would you compliment the guy now? Now I need to see it. Yeah. If you don't mind rumors and hearsay, I might have an answer or two for you. The girl's response came from within the carriage, delivered in her usual sleepy tone. I'm listening. Well, the girl's story went something like this. In a small country in some corner of the world, there once lived a vile, oppressive king. His reign was tyrannical. His rule evil, and his people lived in fear. One day, he died, and his son, the crown prince, was enthroned. The prince, the young king, was at its core. A kind and gentle soul who strove to govern in a fair and just manner. He was determined to avoid his father's error. But perhaps because they were too accustomed to fear, no one met this new king's ideas with an open mind. Free assembly and speech had already been brutally suppressed during his father's reign, and the people's rage has already reached a boiling point. Violent voices grew louder and louder, eventually resulting in a revolution. The revolutionary army launched an assault on the royal palace and forcibly converted the country into a republic. Holding the new king accountable for his father's sin, suddenly finding his life at risk, he had no choice but to flee, leaving behind his country and his entire way of life. You're telling me this prince eventually became the overseer? The boy asked, his brow wrinkling in thought as he turned the story over in his head. Who can say? Shrugged the girl. I don't know if a kingdom like that even existed in the first place. The girl rolled over to continue dozing in the carriage bump and bounded its way along the road. Assuming this is more than fiction, then what? The girl. He was too kind and lost control of his kingdom, so he developed a powerful desire to control them. It's hard to believe. The boy trod off. He had no intention of giving the overseer even a shred of sympathy. But, strangely enough, he did find himself feeling a little pity for the man. The boy and girl fell silent for a few moments. The only sounds that could be heard was the popping of the horse's hoof and the creaking of the carriage. The boy broke the silence. How is it? The girl raised her head from her nap. Her voice remained as relaxed as ever, but the boy's tone suddenly grew tense. Is there any chance you could ever forgive me? For what I did, or what happened between me and your brother? No. The girl's response was swift and blunt. The boy fell silent. He had no right to scorn her answer. Never. Because he was my brother and I loved him. He was the only real family I ever had. So... The girl paused for a moment. Her cheeks flushed red and then she continued in a much louder voice. So if you want me to forgive you, you can't ever leave me. We need to stick together. Through thick and thin. You and me. And the next. The boy smiled, his fear a moment ago having left him. Of course. We'll always be there for each other. I'll have your back and you'll have mine. The girl could barely contain the emotion swelling in her chest at this point. Unfortunately for her, the boy continued talking. I'll do my best to feel with you from now on. And that includes making sure you get the education you need to go into the best person you can be. And that was, in fact, not the answer the girl has been looking for. I'm not talking about education, she exclaimed as she started violently shaking the carriage in frustration. But what could be more important? Hey, calm down. This thing can't take too much abuse. It's rickety enough as it is. If you make it fall apart, we'll have to walk the rest of the way. The girl settled down, still not fully satisfied with his response, but resolved to leave things at the moment. The topic changed again. So any ideas? For the time being, their plan was to head to Little Orleman, just as the boy had initially planned. But where to from there? They had to give it much thought. They knew they would be pursued by any number of people from the organization. Despite this, the two knew that as long as they stuck together, they'll find a way to manage. For the moment, they reveled in the idea of an unknown future, a new path to tread that was all their own. In any case, we'll need to find some kind of work, the boy said. Anything in mind? Well, he mused, a confident smile growing on his face. When we consider our skill set, how about something in theatre? Not on your life, the girl swiftly retorted. Think about it as you're terrible at it. Yeah, I'm not that bad. I'm not poor. I'm sure a point. Wait, I'm sure a point would be way less pressure than an assassination mission. A tad deflated, the boy sank back into his seat, but then threw out another idea. One somewhat more plausible than the last. I have a random Lalafell step behind my character and slap my ass.
What?
Yeah.
Ugh.
He came back and sent me a tell and he said, I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
Boom. Look at me go. Progress.
Progress!
We're getting through this tower a lot faster than we did previously. That was like one of the bosses that I used to have trouble with.
Yeah, to think.
We're on the 9th floor? Well, practically going to the 10th floor. I think this is a good place to end, though. We've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. So, I think we good. We finished your story. We gotta find another story, chat. Any recommendations for the Claria? Send them into the Discord. We'll have a look-see.
I still have a few paragraphs to go, but I'm just talking to this Lalafell like, what the fuck is wrong with him?
Oh, I thought that you were done. Where are you at?
I am, let's see. A few, I'd say I'm about 70% done.
I thought you were in the last chapter. Never mind. We still have more reading to go.
No, this is the last chapter, but I'm...
Yeah, we'll
70%
then
done.
we'll finish the last chapter next stream. How's that sound? Sound good?
Mhm. It's only a few paragraphs left.
Do you want to read the last few paragraphs for stream then?
Yeah, we just finished it today, right now.
Okay.
A tad deflated, the boy sank back into his seat, but then threw out another idea. One somewhat more plausible than the last. I know. How about we become bracers? No way. The girl rejected the idea again, but with a slight less bite than before. I've heard they get super busy. No sense escaping one grave just to work yourself into another. There was also another question hanging in the air over whether the Bracer Guild would ever consider taking on people with a dual unique background. All things considered, however, it wasn't the most outlandish idea. Fine. What's your bad idea then? Me? The girl yawned. All I want to do is laze around in bed every day. Just sleep. You're ridiculous. His face lit up suddenly as he remembered something. Oh, right. What is it? Names, he said with a hint of excitement. I just realized we haven't shared our real names with each other. Oh, right. Anne is short for Nadia. That's my real name. Oh my god. My name's Swin. The girl said, hiding a small smile. So S wasn't too far off then. Pretty crazy coincidence. There was a good reason her nickname for him had been so close to his real name. Her brother had mentioned it in one of his letters. He had known Sin's name before their path ever crossed. Well, after they worked together for a bit, she decided she wanted to call him by something that resembled his actual name, rather than his organization moniker. This, however, was something she intended to keep to herself. Well, in the end, you'll always be S to me, and I'll always be M to you, right? Yeah, you're right. The carriage continued its slow roll forward, as did their conversation. It was profound at moments, but was otherwise silly, lighthearted, and most of all free. The boy's name was Swin, S. The girl's name was Nadia, and together they were travelers discovering their newfound humanities. The end.
Aww. The end. That was beautiful.
Not gonna lie, I did cry reading that. Not the ending, but like
The betrayals.
the betrayals. It was so bad.
Yeah.
So sad.
Alright.
Not my favorite way of writing some of it, but it's just
Okay, chat. You heard Eclaria. She's finished. But this isn't the end. We need suggestions in the Discord for books. Not books. Small type things. You can recommend Trails lore. We could do Yeast lore. Anything about Hugo or Yumika, we'll take. Small. We could also do 14 stuff too. Because there's 14 lore stories as well. Any small chapters, chat. We don't want a novel. Right? We don't want it's something kind of short and sweet. But lengthy. Any recommendations, you can put them into the Discord. In general in the Discord. We'll have a look-see. Alright? That's your homework. That's chat's homework. For the rest of the week.
Homework. I'll be interested to read some FF lore or Yeast lore just to see.
Yeah, I'd be interested too to see if there's anything out there. I mean, I'm gonna look myself and see. Arrow manga? No.
Nani?
Arrow
manga.
No. We We could technically read a manga on stream.
Can we? I think we can, right?
Technically. I mean, you'd read it and have to describe the pictures. I mean, technically.
Oh, imagine I remarry Empress to you. That would be hilarious. I'd be like, Amber, hold your pearls, because goddamn, the next scene.
Hold your purse.
Clutch
Yeah,
your
light
pearls.
novel. There we go. Yeah, you got it. Kind of like a light novel type thing. Yes.
Yeah,
very,
I-
like
we
short, like very short light novels.
What if, okay, remember how I told you about Amnesia? I think I can find the light novel of Amnesia, if I'm not wrong.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Mm. I'll take me.
If we can find it.
Eh. Right. And with that, we're in the outro section, guys. We've streamed for how many hours now?
Nice.
Almost coming up to like 6
5.5
hours. Yeah, it's literally 5.5 hours. I am hungry. I need to get food. So we will talk to you tomorrow. Do we want to stream Origin again tomorrow, Thario? We could get this finished this week.
Yeah, then we might as well.
Right. We heard it here. We'll see you tomorrow for more Origin chat. Night night. See you tomorrow. Bye.